up today, Zoe. I'm ready to go.
What the heck is wrong with you?
Let's get it. It's game time, baby. Friday, let's go, y'all. Here it is. It's time. The Rob Brown Show's on the radio. This is the Fan Upstate. Howdy, y'all.
Good morning.
Welcome in. 4 hours of sports talk entertainment starts right now. How's everybody? How's your week? Besides almost over, hang in there. A few more hours. We're home free. It's football weekend. Finally.
You know what? Our weekend starts earlier than everybody else's.
It really
now.
does.
It
really does. Dude, I'm going to tell you right now. The 3:45 a.m. wake-up call, followed up by a 7 o'clock pregame kickoff for the Burns Rebels tonight on the road at Boiling Springs High School. As the Rebels are 1-0 in regional play, looking to make it 2 and try to get the Catbird seat to that number 1 overall regional seed so that all their playoff games are at Burns.
That should be the new Rebel yell.
I don't hate that at all.
It's right before they go out on the field.
I don't hate that at all, y'all. I really don't. We got Burns Rebels football tonight, which means that, and this may come as a shocker to some of you, but Rob is going to be taking a nap today. The siesta in play for Robbie B today. Steven popping up in the chat already saying it's early. Too early. It's never too early, Steven. It's never too early to wake up, to get going, to have some fun, to talk some sports in the morning. Yeah! And have a little fun, you know? 4 hours. We get it going right now. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you that we, ladies and gentlemen, are going to jump right into this thing. And we're going to jump right into this thing because we have got a ton of stuff that we need to get to and talk about on the radio broadcast today, including the fact, Lonzo, that I just opened my I just opened the old cart wall and all my stuff is gone. Today, I feel like the luckiest man on the face of the earth. We just do the whole show like this. Pigs in space! That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I might be pulling that.
Yeah, we should probably stop doing the show like this. I don't know why that's... Oh, I do know why that's happening. I can stop that.
Say something. Did you stop it?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
We're good. We're clear. I figured it out.
But you deleted everything on your cart wall?
No, I didn't do it. I closed it. I opened it again because that's what I have to do. I opened it the second time. It's like, nope, you don't get messy today.
Wow.
I know.
That sucks for you.
Yes, it does.
Because mine still works.
Yeah, no, that does suck for me. You are correct. That part specifically, to be honest with you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got many things that we need to talk about on the radio broadcast today, and we are going to jump right in for two reasons. Number one, because of the quantity of stuff that we have to talk about, and number two, because of the fact that we only have 4 hours to talk about it all in. So let us get our day started. Let us get our morning started. Let us have a little fun, which we will have more fun than the Washington Commanders. Bum, 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 bum. Because, ladies and gentlemen, Justin Fields and his Chicago Bears have won a game for the first time in 14 months, and it comes after 230 receiving yards and a 3-touchdown night for DJ Moore, the former Carolina Panther. At a point in time where the Panthers are out there working the telephones, trying to find a number one wide receiver, one emerges from the wilderness wearing number 2 in his chest. It is DJ Moore, the former Panther himself, who was sent to Chicago in order to send the number 1 pick back to Carolina to bring Bryce Young on board to sweat himself. You end up with DJ Moore having a career night, having a legacy night.
Send a message.
The Bears down the Commanders 40-20.
I'm sending a message to Too Short and see if I can get him on the show to tell you that it says Too Short. And then maybe you'll stop.
I mean, I believe that is what that guy intended to say.
No, it definitely says that. You're just trying to protect your guy. I get it. That's fine.
You know what? He is my guy. I accept it.
Yeah, you've went full bore, as it were, for Bryce Young.
Because I believe, buddy.
So I also noticed when we were talking about what the Chicago Bears did last night that you want to put DJ Moore out in front and not talk about the fact that Justin Fields had a killer night.
Justin Fields had a great night.
Including every drive in the first half, they scored points, whether it was a field goal or a touchdown, every single drive. No punting in the first half for Justin Fields and his guys.
He had a great night last night in the face of a pretty respectable Commanders defense, to be honest with you. A Commanders defense that, they gave up a bunch of points to the Bills, but kept them in the game against Philly. They did give up 33 to the Broncos, but they won that game. They gave up 16 to a surprisingly good Cardinals team back in week 1. It's a good but not great Commanders defense. And last night, Justin Fields had a night. Here's the problem. Problem is he had a night the first half of last week, too. The difference this week is that, would you look at that, he also had a second half. He also put together a second half to be respected. 13 points for the Chicago Bears in the second half of that game. Now, here is my question. Did this happen out of emotion? Because if you did not hear the, I think, very sad news, the legendary Dick Butkus passed away yesterday at 80 years of age, a man synonymous with the linebacker position. If I asked you right now to name the guy that represents his position, I say a position, and you know that 90% of people are going to circle that guy as the innovator, as the representative of that position. Is there anybody that you would pick for any position over Dick Butkus as linebacker? And I don't think this is recency bias. I don't think this is me trying to be flowery because we lost Dick Butkus yesterday. I think I'd have said the same thing on Monday or Tuesday before this news broke. Is there anybody in the history of the National Football League that you would say is the number one representative of their position more than Dick Butkus? I don't think I can. I thought about this last night. I tried to last night. I was like, quarterback, Young, Montana, Brady, Elway, right? There's 4, 5, 6 guys that if I say NFL quarterback, come to your mind. There's 100 tight ends. There's 100 tackles, guards, and centers. Wide receivers, there's 2 or 3 playing right now. But wide receivers, Jerry Rice jumps out to the forefront. Maybe that's the closest you have, but I can think a lot of receivers that would go in that slide. Defensive backs, there's been a multitude of defensive backs that have been that guy. But is there another linebacker in the history of the National Football League that if you just walk up to any given proven NFL fan that knows ball and say, NFL linebacker, give me a name one. Like Dick Butkus is that guy, right? Dick Butkus played in the 60s, my man. By the way, only played 9 seasons. Now, by today's metric, that's impressive, but then you got to think of the reason that Dick Butkus is Dick Butkus. It's because he murdered people for a living. Metaphorically, Ray Lewis, calm down. But Dick Butkus, the man made his legacy by being terrifyingly physical in a day and age where they did not have the benefit of all of the science and analysis that goes into football now designed to extend the career of athletes. This was back in the day where, I mean, all but shy of assault and battery was just considered a tackle. This is back in the day where dudes would come off the field after a third down conversion and pop a heater and a brewski on the sideline before the next possession. And Dick Butkus played 9 years the way that Dick Butkus played. If I played 9 minutes the way Dick Butkus played, I would die. Maybe literally. This dude was next level. He was something else, man. I was watching last night when I got home. The lady friend and I went out. She had a couple of errands to run. She's got to leave this afternoon. She's going to Charleston for the weekend. My soon-to-be sister-in-law having a baby this weekend. Congrats, Rick and Becky. Happy for y'all. Can't wait to make baby Lucy love Uncle Rob. She's going to be great because she's got me in her life as a positive influence. So we went out. We ran some errands.
I think you'd have to say that's positive
influence.
For sure. Yeah.
Here to make life better for the cheering. All right. So went out last night, ran some errands with the lady friend. While we were out and about, I got the news about Dick Butkus. Did my interview with the folks over on BetMGM tonight on the BetQL network. Got back to the house. Went inside. As I was show prepping last night, I went to YouTube and I pulled up a bunch of Dick Butkus clips and started watching them. The dude was flat out terrifying. There's no other word used to describe this cat. He was terrifying. So the more that I watched this film, like, not that I didn't already have an appreciation for Dick Butkus, primarily because of who the guy has been towards the end of his life. Just a phenomenal guy. I could not find a cross word about Dick Butkus on the internet last night. Apparently, the dude loved football. The dude loved life. He loved his family, and he loved being an ambassador for the game, right? So I'm watching all these clips of Dick Butkus and the terror, the monster of the Midway for the Bears back in the day. And I thought to myself, is there another guy out there? Is there another dude out there that is as synonymous with an individual, a single position on the football field as Dick Butkus? I don't think there is. I really don't. Man was an absolute legend. Man was not just a dude on the field. But from everything I heard, he was a dude off it too. And that is the highest of compliments, to be a dude. It's tough to be a dude. And Butkus was one. I look forward to, and I mean this, I look forward to watching more Dick Butkus highlights over the weekend, because I will be. In fact, if I can find, I think on YouTube, you can find entire Bears games from back in the Butkus days. Now, this is going to shock you, kids. They're not in HD 1080p, 4K, 1070 pixels.
Or color.
But they're out there. And, man, watching that cat play is just, it's next level. So I look forward to watching some more Butkus clips. RIP to a guy that I think is the single most representative player of any individual position in football of all time. And it'll be hard to jump out, man. Think about how good he was at the time and the fact that to this day, the name Dick Butkus is the guy we use to define the linebacker position. With all the Urlachers, the Zach Thomases of the world that have come through, Ray Lewis, Dick Butkus is the guy that we still think of when we think linebacker. All right, here's what we're doing today. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up in the next segment, never too early to break down games. We got to get into Carolina at Detroit. Clemson at home against Wake Forest, Furman in the Citadel. We start looking ahead to the weekend that is coming up in the next segment. My name is Rob Brown, the great one, Zoe, on the ones and twos. Ladies and gentlemen, join the show. Let's have some fun. It's Friday morning. It's a football weekend upcoming on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Gables.
All right, guys, we got a real quick live read right here. Stay right there. We'll be right back. And go visit with them as often as you like. If you are a resident at the Gables on Pelham, not only do you have their CCRC qualification backing your medical health, but you have independence so that you can feel happy and fulfilled. Check out their website at thegablesonpelham.com, thegablesonpelham.com, or give them a buzz and schedule your visit today by calling them at 864-286-6600, 864-286-6600. It is the Gables on Pelham. Oh, our clock ran up because I forgot to click the loop video button, but that's okay. You got a little behind the scenes look there, chat. How's everybody? Good morning. I was watching Antenna TV and they had Dick Butkus on Night Court the other night. Well, I guess that was 30 years ago. Night Court. Didn't they just recently reboot Night Court?
They did. I think it's already been canceled.
Has it?
So I think so. Yeah.
I intended to give it a try, but
well, you still can more than likely, but just not live.
The chick who was the Night Court judge. So first off, it featured one of the original Night Court cast, right?
John Larroquette.
Yes. And then the chick who rolled into the judge's slot is the chick that was from Big Bang Theory, the blonde one with the high-pitched voice, except she didn't use the high-pitched voice in the show, is what I understand.
I'm going to take your word for it. I've never really watched
Big
Bang Theory. I've seen bits and pieces of it because it's on like right before some other stuff I watch.
I like that Kevin thinks that waking up for a 9:30 game is waking up early for me now.
It's not.
Bro, that's sleeping in, dog.
Yeah, it's not.
Here's what's going to be interesting. We're 5 days in.
Yeah.
I do not know that my natural clock has totally rolled into being a morning person yet. So the question is when I get home from Burns, because usually when I get home from Burns, it's about 11:30 or so. This one's in Boiling Springs. It's a little bit further away, so it's probably going to be closer to like 11:45 midnight when I get home. And usually I'm amped up, especially if it's a good game. Like last week was a great game. I was jacked up when I got home. My question mark here is going to be when I get home tonight, am I going to go straight to bed? Am I going to be too amped up and stay awake? If so, does that end up creating a situation where I wake up at, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning in time for game day? Or is the old natural body clock going to be like, it's 6 a.m., you lazy turd, get out of bed?
I always kind of wake up somewhere around 7 a.m. anyway. So especially on Saturday, I go in and do my show prep for Saturday night, right, and then have it done in time for football or whatever. So Sunday's usually the day I sleep in. We'll see. But you don't want to sleep in too much because then you won't want to go to bed earlier on Sunday night.
I don't know, man. Like,
wait, they do like lines for high school football?
There are some people who do. It's usually like a local,
okay,
a dude.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if you are betting now, I will say this: I set lines for me to talk about football with friends. I'll be like, all right, I got Spartanburg minus 5.5 today. Who do you like in that pick? It's not necessarily meaning I'm wagering. It just means like it's a way for me to say who I think is a better football team, right? But yes, if you know some particular individuals.
Oh, did they? He's saying Spartanburg Herald give the line.
Yeah, some people will give lines.
All right.
Doesn't mean that there is a spot that you can bet on them, though there are some shady characters that you absolutely can find them that will let you.
Yeah, Vinny.
You bet on anything.
Vinny down the road. He's got you. Vinny.
Hey.
You know Vinny.
Hey.
Everybody knows Vinny.
He's down at that Italian restaurant that seems to always be open, but nobody's ever in.
You
know? You understand?
Yeah.
Indians, Vikings line, Spartanburg minus 5.5. I'm going to tell you, Patrick, that quarterback you guys got is something else, brother. He is quick. He is shifty. He was a joy to watch play and scare the hell out of me for the Burns Rebels last week. I have not seen Gaffney play yet. I'll tell you right now, if Gaffney is not the same team they were last year, I like the Vikes. With Lonzo. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rob Brown Show's back on the radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Howdy, y'all. Good to have you. I am Rob Brown. He is the great one, Lonzo, the Sultan of Swag, the Professor of Perfection, the Wizard of Wave.
I just want to say I'm not a with, I'm not an and, I'm a the. Okay.
All with right? The Lonzo.
No. I'm pointing out to people. I'm not a with, I'm not an and.
But you have to be.
I am the.
Because then the introduction is, it's the Rob Brown Show, the Lonzo.
Not a with, not an and. I am the.
Let's get to it, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a lot of stuff we got to get to. I want to go ahead and jump in out the gate talking football. And why not jump in with a little National Football League action? The Carolina Panthers on the road at the Detroit Lions coming up this weekend. And Detroit is an interesting game here, Lonzo, because the Lions are 3-1. The one they took was to Seattle. They did beat the Atlanta Falcons 2 weeks ago. They went into Lambeau and they trounced the Green Bay Packers on the road. The Detroit Lions are the best team in the NFC North. They own a 1-game advantage, 1.5 technically with the tiebreaker over the Green Bay Packers. Is this game unwinnable for Carolina? Like, are we at the point where this game feels unwinnable against one of probably the best 3 or 4 teams in the NFC on the road?
All right. I don't believe there are any unwinnable games in the NFL. I think any team could beat another team. Look at Arizona. You mentioned Arizona. No one thought that they could win a game like that. Did anyone think that the Bears were going to do what they did last night to Washington? I mean, Washington, not the greatest team, but the Bears supposedly the worst team. So they definitely have a chance, but they need to look out for that Detroit defense. That's going to be a problem.
Detroit's defense is no joke. Here's the problem. I won't pull it up because I don't want Lonzo losing his mind on me again today like I did yesterday. But remember the graph that I showed you yesterday? Remember the graph? The legendary graph, the what is starting a trend on the show?
Ain't nobody remember that, dude.
The graph, ladies and gentlemen, was on the show yesterday. It was a graph that showed you open window throws versus accuracy to those windows. There were, in the top right quadrant, 4 quarterbacks that stood out above all else.
Are you looking for the graph again?
No, I've already got it pulled up.
Okay, all right.
It's on screen. I already got the graph. Kirk Cousins was the quarterback that had the combined most throws to open windows and most accuracy into those windows. Just below him, showing slightly fewer open windows and slightly less accuracy into them, Dak Prescott and Baker Mayfield. And just to his left, showing a slight decrease in the throws to open windows, but the same amount of accuracy, was Jared Goff, who I think is probably, though not definitively, maybe I don't know why I said it like that. Maybe the most.
It's very Muppet-like.
I got most underappreciated quarterback in the National Football League right now.
But last night, while watching some of the Thursday night football game, all I kept thinking was, "Take that, stupid graph."
I mean, the graph didn't lie. Justin Fields had plenty of time to throw the ball. Plenty of time to throw the ball.
No, he didn't. He did not. I saw him scrambling a lot, not on purpose.
I don't know, man. I saw a lot of design out of that offense last night. I think they finally got right. But we're not talking Chicago Bears. We're not in the Windy City.
But we were talking graph and how inaccurate the
graph
thing
was
is.
wildly accurate and important.
This is like the GM for WWE, and the graph's going to take on a life of its own. Let's check the graph. What does the graph say?
You understand how many graphs I plan on bringing to the show next week? A graph a day. I want multiple. I might step it up to 2 graphs a day.
I'm going back to the old time slot by myself. I'll just run network. It's buggy. I need to run it.
All right, let's talk Carolina on the road at Detroit. I'm sorry, I've got no optimism here as far as an individual game. See, this is what I think is real interesting about where I sit versus where you sit on this whole thing.
Does Frank Reich make it through a winless season?
I don't want to jump to week 17. It's week 5.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? So
I don't. Let's talk about
0-5 leads to 0-6, leads to 0-12, leads to 0-17.
That's not how football works at all.
Sure it is. It sure it is.
All right. So let me ask the question.
So we're gonna take it one game at a time.
Yes.
We're just looking at Detroit right now, and
is that not how you wanted to handle it? Do you want Frank Wright panicking about week 17 right now?
Well,
week 5?
I believe you have said it's about the long-term plan,
Correct.
not the short-term plan. So
right.
I'm just doing what you said to do.
Then let me drive to the point I was driving at, and then I'll see if you agree or disagree with it. Tracy said the graph was real. I thought it was a fever dream. There's a difference. I realized this yesterday after we got off the air, because for some reason being on the air at 6 a.m. has caused me and Lonzo to run headfirst into each other a lot more this week than we ever had before, but that's okay. That's what radio's for. So
it's not me, dude. You got malice. I mean, you said you're not a morning person, and I think you're setting things up just to fight because you want to be here, but at the same time you want someone to pay for it. And I just happen to be the one that's
over here. But I want my paycheck every other Friday.
I am a wall.
So the position I'm in about Carolina versus the position that Lonzo and frankly Diesel are in.
I'm big as a wall, by the way. Go ahead.
Lonzo and Diesel are on one camp. I'm on the other. I think Rashad Beard kind of falls in the middle.
What? The hair and the beard, man. You can't get past us.
Diesel and Lonzo are in a spot. And Diesel and I, in fact, we had a phone call yesterday about something unrelated, but then it drifted into this. So we were talking yesterday, Lonzo and I.
Wow, you guys have phone calls like off the air?
Like once a month.
Wow.
We got a weekly check-in.
I'm so jealous.
It's a mental health thing. So
for who?
So we were talking about it, and I've come to the realization that when it comes to Carolina, we sit in 2 different philosophical camps. Diesel, and I think to some degree Lonzo, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here. Diesel and Lonzo are in this camp where they're like, we got to win. We got to win. We got to win games. We got to win games. We got to go out there and get scoreboard victories. We got to have these wins.
We're Herm Edwards guys. I mean,
you play to win the game.
Exactly. That's what
I sit completely on the other side of the spectrum.
It's weird. Your pounding like affected the TV over there.
Yeah, I know. I saw that jump a little bit. On the other side sits Rob Brown in the philosophical camp of this year, I'm sorry to tell you, does not matter. This year doesn't matter anymore. 0-4 teams make the playoffs at like a 3% clip. You're done. There's no point in setting win the division as a goal. At this point, the goal has to be better. Be better week to week. And I know that is coach speak, all right? I know that's coach speak. Y'all, I'm not going to lie. I rocked the blue athletic joggers and the white polo today. I got my coach's outfit on. I feel like a coach. So I'm going to go coach speak today.
Except you don't have the hat on. You probably
It's
will.
in the office. I got the hat in the
I was
office.
going to say, you work good on like Friday Night Lights right now.
I might go get the hat.
Yeah.
I got a whistle in there too. I might go get the hat and the
Oh,
whistle.
please don't get the whistle.
I might get the hat and the whistle. So I sit in the philosophical camp of this year is, whether you like it or you hate it, doesn't matter. This year is irrelevant as far as the quest for a playoffs or the quest for a division. To me, I'm looking at, can this team get 2, 5, 7% better between here and next week? Patrick just said, you sound like Shane Beamer, Rob. Yes, I do. Do you know why I sound like Shane Beamer? There's a reason I sound like Beamer. The reason I sound like Beamer is because we both care about a team that right now ain't that good, but is trending up. There's the difference. See, I don't look and think, oh, if we don't win a game, we're not trending upwards. You can be better. You can perform better and still not win. Because what you brought into this year was not a playoff caliber roster. But what it can be is one that is progressively getting better internally and can be added to in the offseason. I look at the Gamecocks. You did not bring an SEC divisional championship roster into this year if you're the Gamecocks. What you did bring in is a team that got better offseason last season. What you did bring in was a team that recruited very well this offseason. What you are bringing in is a team that I want to be able to look at the end of the year, and whether it's 6 or 7 or 8 wins for South Carolina at the end of the year, go, what matters to me is that the team that played in week 1 is not nearly as good as the team that played in week 13. That's what I'm looking for. And I'm looking for the same thing out of Carolina. You are not beating the 10 points favorited Detroit Lions. They're a better football team. They got a wily vet quarterback in Jared Goff. Now, Amon-Ra St. Brown has not been practicing this week. If he doesn't go, that's a big boost, predominantly because the defensive backfield for the Carolina Panthers is thin. I'm talking like Mila Jovovich in the Sixth Sense thin. All right? Isn't that the one where she wore the white like duct tape dress?
Oh, no. Yeah, I got you.
That's how thin they are right now.
It's a weird place to go to.
Yeah, but you got what I was saying.
Yeah.
And you got to think about Mila Jovovich this morning. You're welcome. I'm here to make your life better. That's how thin the DBs are for the Carolina Panthers. No J.C. Horn. Henderson has been held out a couple of practices because he's trying to get right, et cetera, et cetera. So not having Amon-Ra St. Brown play would be a big boost for you, but you still got a good wide receiving core, a great tight end, and Jared Goff, who is slinging the ball as well as anybody else in the league and not being appreciated for it this year. This game is not about can you go beat the Lions. This game is about can you walk out of there and you put up a hell of a fight. You played the best football you've played so far, and then do it again next week and next week and next week. So somebody asked yesterday, can we beat the Lions? It doesn't matter if you beat the Lions. What matters is, do you go in there and compete? Do you go in there and give yourself chances? Do you go in there and take advantage of opportunities? Detroit's made mistakes this year. If you go in there and take advantage of those mistakes and you walk out the other end, and even if the line is what the line is, you lose by 10, it's 30-20, it's 27-17, but you walk out of there, and I come on the show Monday and go, here are all the goods. I saw this competition, this competition, this competition, this competition. Then you are trending upwards. This year is not about dubs. Dubs only matter if you're trying to go to the playoffs. If you're not trying to go to the playoffs, which you should not be anymore, what you should be doing now is trying to make the football team better as a football team week by week so that when the end of the season rolls around, you go, we got a better team in week 17 or week 18 than we did in week 1, and now you make calls during the offseason. I was looking yesterday at an article that some fan wrote that was like, here's the wide receivers the Panthers should reach out to. And they're like, Devontae Adams and Hollywood Brown. I'm like, no, they're not going to want to come to you right now. Not because you're 0-4, but because you're 0-4, and I'm not seeing improvement from week to week. Not because you're 0-4 and going to miss the playoffs, but because you're 0-4, and right now today, you're not showing me that there's a future you're building towards. You're just kind of hovering. You're just right there. Go out there and get better week to week. And then, hey, eventually, it's like Bobby Bowden said, first you lose big, then you lose small, then you win small, then you win big. Right now, you're losing big. So how do you get to the point where you're losing small? This is a great game to lose small. This is a great game to go compete in, be great in, walk out of there as an underdog with a small win, make them sweat. And then you do that a couple of times. The next thing you know, now you're winning the close games. And once you're winning the close games, that's when people start paying attention. That's the goal of the Panthers against Detroit on Sunday. Go make them sweat. Show them that you're right there in it with them. And show wide receivers like Devontae Adams that you're well on your way. You know, by the way, make Bryce Young look better in the process because that's what's going to attract a guy like a Devontae, like a Hollywood Brown, like an A.J. Brown. The Browns taking over this week, by the way. Just all us Browns killing the game right now. I'm sorry. I'm going to credit you as Patrick Mahomes to my Hollywood Brown. I was trying to think of a guy they play together, but there's no point. We're an all-star team.
I am wearing Mahomes jersey right now. Yeah.
You are wearing the Mr. Brittany Mahomes jersey.
Yeah, I'm not going to wear the Kelsey jersey right now. I don't want people thinking.
I don't want to be confused for a Swiftie.
Yeah, I don't want people thinking I'm, a fair.
I don't think anybody's going to look at you and go, Swiftie.
Hair, dude. I mean,
Swiftie.
Come on. Look at that. Look at the hair.
Got to take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute, wrapping up hour number 1. We'll get into another game that's taking place by our local teams. Let's talk Clemson, Wake Forest next. I'm not going to tell you how I think Clemson's the most improved team in America right now. I'm just going to break down Clemson, Wake Forest as a football game. That's all I'm going to do. And we'll do it next on the Rob Brown Show. Rob Alonzo and you. This is the Fan Upstate. Baseball! Can't wait. Weekend's going to be great. It's going to be great. So much baseball. 4 games Saturday, 4 games Sunday. Let's go. Now, why did all my clips go away on my cart wall? They're just gone.
I don't know. Because mine don't go away. But mine's not on a laptop either. So do you have them saved in a specific folder so you can put them back?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hey, take us off stream for a second.
Okay, be right back. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
I did not, Jacob, but everyone's saying it. So, I mean, it's the truth.
There's a sound clip.
There is.
We can't play a sound clip if it's not true.
Yeah,
Well, I guess I get to reset up my whole daggum soundboard. That's fun. Those Pleasant.
By the way, there's only one superstar on this entire station, and he has the best beard, and that would be Diesel. The rest of us were just,
Peons.
we are.
And now my desktop navigator won't work.
Dude, why are you breaking stuff?
And now I can't access my Google Drive.
Oh no.
What a day, y'all. I can't get into my show audio page. I can't get into anything. The Rob Brown Show rolls on, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Fan Upset. Happy Friday morning to you. Thank you for joining us. It is 6:40 in the AM portion of the day, and we are talking football with you. If you'd like to be a part of the radio broadcast, you can do it. The phone line's open, 844-326-3663, 844-326-3663. The MadWorldAttractions.com text line is open as well at 71307. Texter says, go Bulldogs, beat them Rebels. Well, you'll be able to hear the Bulldogs of Boiling Springs taking on the Rebels of Burns High School this evening, ladies and gentlemen, right here on the Fan Upstate. Pregame at 7, kickoff at 7:30. It's Burns Rebels High School football, powered by your local Ingalls Market and Founders Federal Credit Union, right here on the Fan Upstate. That's pretty good.
Wow.
On the fly.
Yeah, I know. That's
Boiling Springs hosting Burns tonight in game number 2 of regional play. The Rebels 1-0 out of the gate. Make sure you tune in tonight for that. Spur Daddy text the show. Spur Daddy says the first 2 names that pop out at linebacker, Buckus and Jack Lambert. I like Jack Lambert too. Jack Lambert's phenomenal linebacker. I think Buckus is the definition, right?
Yeah, but see, I would also throw in Derek Thomas, but I have bias.
You sure do.
And there's a couple. I mean, Lawrence Taylor. I mean, there's some guys that jump in there.
I would say Buckus is still the guy.
Jack Lambert was a guy who I got mentioned to me all the time in high school because I had the milk mustache thing going, and people tried to get me to go Fu Manchu, but I couldn't grow it enough because I was still a baby.
Now I want you in a Fu Manchu. Texter said, DJ Moore got me 49 points for my fantasy team. Thanks, Panthers. Yeah, I bet.
I don't know. 49
was in his office last night, like son of a.
49 points. That's pretty good, right?
That's in fantasy football, exceptional.
Okay,
exceptional.
All right.
3 touchdowns, 230. My man got 23 points just on yardage.
I hope you're not in one of those leagues, Texter,
yardage,
where you have to get a tattoo or something, because that would, yeah.
I mean, probably fine now.
Yeah, you're probably good.
Probably good now. You at least got to win off of DJ Moore alone. That's impressive. All right, let's talk a little Clemson, Wake Forest, shall we? Now, before we do,
that's
the wrong button, Lonzo.
No. I did that. I didn't get to you were talking about DJ Moore. It's still, it's still a DJ.
Right,
I just,
I'm good with it.
I hit the button. Just the pot wasn't up.
I'm good with it.
And my soundboard works and yours doesn't.
Last year, Clemson and Wake Forest took place up on the road at the home of the Demon Deacons, and it was a 51-45 shootout between the two teams. This year, it's 2 very different football teams. 2 very different football teams. Now, neither one of them has necessarily had a wonderful start to the season that they wish that they would have. Wake Forest is currently sitting at 3-1. They did, however, drop a game against Georgia Tech. They got a win over Vanderbilt. They got wins over Elon and Old Dominion, but they drop one to Georgia Tech. And here's the reality. This is one of those teams that they are 3-1, but they're not great. All right. They're good. Mitch Griffiths is their quarterback, 999 yards and 9 touchdowns with a QBR, however, of under 43 at this point. He has got 6 INTs to go with those 9 TDs. Ladies and gentlemen, Clemson Tigers, let me make this real simple for you. Get turnovers. All right. Get turnovers. Get turnovers like you did against Cuse. Protect the ball like you did not against Florida State. That that scoop and score against the Noles was the game. That scoop and score doesn't happen. You beat Florida State. It's that simple. I know.
Yeah, but they didn't.
I'm aware of that. I literally just said it. I am aware. But that's what happened. And if it doesn't happen, the outcome of the game is different. So make sure that you don't have to say the same sentence next Monday. I'm going to start with this. Clemson's just a better football team than Wake Forest. They're just a better team on paper, on the field. There's no metric to gauge these two teams where Clemson is not the better football team.
All right, there are a couple teams left where you can say that for Clemson, and there are a couple that you can't. But this one, you can definitely say it.
You can definitely say it about Wake Forest, and we'll argue about those teams as they pop up on the schedule. Mitch Griffiths turned the ball over against Georgia Tech 4 times, dudes. 4 times at this point. They have turned the ball over against the Rambling Wreck. You got to do the same thing. It's real simple. I think that I think defensively, Clemson woke up a little bit. I think defensively, and you can go back and again, you can see that against Florida State, because while FSU did have a dogfight against Boston College, they've had something like 12 straight games where they've scored 30 points, and it did happen against Clemson, but that also includes the overtime 7, right? If it's not for the overtime 7, Clemson's the only team in the past year that's kept FSU under 30 points. They technically would have done that.
Nope.
So I think defensively, this team has arisen. They have woken up a little bit, and I think you saw that last week against Syracuse. I need you to do the same thing against Wake Forest. Griffiths threw 3 of his 6 picks against Wake Forest last week. He also lost a fumble. Clemson's defense is geared towards attacking the football. It is geared towards owning the line of scrimmage, shoving the line of scrimmage back into the face of the quarterback, creating a hassled, mistake-filled environment for opposing quarterbacks. They did that against Jordan Travis, too. Travis uncorked like 11 passes down the field. Would it complete 3 of them? Which has not been the case in every other game, including the win against LSU, where most of the touchdowns FSU scored were big shots down the field to Keon Coleman and Johnny Wilson. They didn't get that against Clemson. They popped a couple, but it wasn't like that was the football game, and I think that's what put you in a real good spot in that spot. I think the other thing you got to do is exactly what I just mentioned. And I know I'm going very cliche coach speak in this. I get it. I got my coach joggers on today. I got my coach polo with the undershirt that's too tall on today. I might go get my coach's hat and whistle.
Wait. What's that mean?
I don't like when
undershirt that's too tall.
From the V.
So that's not a V.
No, from the collared shirt.
Okay, I was gonna say that's. I'm guess that's not a V.
If I had chest hair, I'd want it showing off.
We got scissors, man. We can take care of that.
I ain't that desperate. I know I'm going coach speak. I know I'm going cliche, but hey, cliches are cliches for a reason. I hate them. I hate a cliche, but cliches are cliches for a reason, because cliches are valuable. And I think this game, to me, feels like a cliche game for the Clemson Tigers, right? Like a lot of games, I like to overanalyze. I'll argue, win the line of scrimmage. But what I mean in this case is win the line of scrimmage as in set the edge and don't let the athletic quarterback get to the outside. What I mean in terms of win the line of scrimmage this week is control the interior. Do not let their power run game take over, right? In this game, I mean it in the most general, broad sense. Control the line of scrimmage. Both teams are averaging, including Wake Forest here, over 170 yards per game on the ground. Wake Forest can run the football, and they can run the football on just about anybody. The problem against Georgia Tech was they got pass happy. The deeper you get into a season, the more your opposition has learned about itself. The deeper you get into a season, the more your opposition is aware of what they've done right, what they've done wrong, what they've been successful with, and what they have not been successful with. Wake Forest last week against Georgia Tech got very pass happy. They tried to throw the ball more than they should have. I mean, I don't think they necessarily did so in a way that jumped off the page as more than any other college football team, but they threw it 30 times last week against Georgia Tech. 16 of 30 for $162, 1 TD, and 3 INTs. They also, by the way, if you want to talk about an incredible number, they threw the ball 30 times, Lonzo. They ran the ball 52 times. They ran 82 plays of offense against Georgia Tech. This team can run the ball. This team has a good offensive line in the run game. Not as much as a pass blocking offensive line. So for one of the very few times I'm going to do this, when I say control the line of scrimmage, I'm not going to break that down further. Control the edges, keep the quarterback contained. Make sure the pocket doesn't open up a hole for a quarterback to escape. Control the interior, control the power run game. For this game, I mean all of it. I mean, control the line of scrimmage. Do not let them develop any sort of rhythm and routine in the run game. Do not let Griffiths get comfortable in the pocket, because while he is not the most impressive quarterback you will be up against, if he gets time to set his feet, read the field, go through his progression and deliver, he is as accurate as anybody you'll come up against if he's got time. He breaks down if you hassle him. He breaks down if you get into the backfield. He breaks down if you make him start rolling left and right. He breaks down if you start making him step higher in the pocket that he's comfortable with. And if you control the line of scrimmage and you don't get pushed off the ball, then what happens is, for a guy who wants to step up in the pocket, the depth of the pocket shrinks. He doesn't get take a step forward, plant foot and throw. He might get a step forward, then plant foot and throw. It throws off that timing, that rhythm, that routine. And that, to me, is where Clemson wins the game. Offensively, you know what you got to do. Maffa, Shipley, Cade. That might be a new fight song.
I was going to say, the way to win for Clemson is to not do it the Clemson way and to let your offensive coordinator cook.
Do what you did last week. That's the game plan. Last week, though, I think, and if anybody's going to be critical of this team, it's you, but I think last week we saw Clemson's offense look like Garrett Riley's offense. It was open, it was unpredictable, it was spread, and most importantly, they trusted Cade to climb in the pocket and to deliver the football. And guess what? He did.
All right, they're playing a lesser defense this week, so they got a better shot to do a little bit more. And you got to see what you have with Cade. You got to let him throw the ball a little bit more and see if he can hit, especially those long shots down the field. He hasn't been entirely accurate with that. Like to see that a little bit more, but what they did last week worked. You got to try doing that again and see if the other team can stop it.
I think that's it. I think if there is a game on the schedule that you are going to go, you know what? We're going to let Cade go. Let's let him go down the field. Let's see if you got Brown, you got Collins, guys who are starting to improve, guys that are starting. Tyler Brown has been a freaking revelation for the Tigers, right? I mean, he's been phenomenal. Greenville zone, baby. Let's let those guys cook. Let's let those guys get down the field. Let's let those guys do what they do, and let's let Cade deliver the football. Now, if he goes out there and he throws 2-3 picks in the first half, we know that we got to rein him in a little bit. We got to reel him back in. Then we'll go, all right, Dabo, you're right. We got to do it your way. But if he goes out there and starts uncorking, if he starts popping off, y'all might have found something. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a sports flash with the great one. And then hour number 2 is just around the corner. Lonzo's got some news and notes for you, and then we return to the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Wow, I just got nervous. That is weird.
Why?
I don't know. It's just so weird.
A superstar.
Yeah, but the superstars get nervous too. All right, it's time for a look at the RBS Sports Flash. Justin Fields went off last night, going 15 for 29 for 282 yards, 4 touchdowns, and former Carolina Panther DJ Moore was on the receiving end with 230 yards and 3 touchdowns as the Bears took down the Guardians 40-20. In Major League Baseball action, divisional round continues this weekend. Saturday, American League, Texas at number 1 seed, Baltimore at 1 o'clock, Minnesota at Houston at 4:45. In the National League, Philly at number 1 overall seed in your Atlanta Braves at 6 p.m. and Arizona at the Dodgers at 9:20. That is a look at your RBS Sports Flash right here on the Fan Upstate. That was weird. I usually don't get nervous, but I got nervous. Maybe I need to turn the lights up a little bit more. That probably would help. I was waiting for a Kevin critique, but I haven't got one yet. So, I think I'm all right.
That was excellent work.
That
was excellent.
You don't get like that time. Like I said,
I've been on the clock all day today. I get it.
No. What I'm saying is
there's a regular segment time?
There's limited time.
That's tough.
I used to do that like a decade ago. But a decade ago, I was never on time. Thank you for handing me the ball, quarterback. I think I got 3 yards.
Hey, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. You get 3 yards every play, you're in good
3 yards.
Shape.
Yeah.
I'd say you got 4. You got a solid 4 on that.
I want to be CMC elusive though, and I don't know. I don't know if I got that in me anymore. It's more like a John Riggins type thing, or Mike Allstott. There we go.
Mike Allstott.
Yeah,
Oh man,
yeah.
Mike Allstott is in that category of player. Like him and Luke Kuechly, 2 guys that played for rivals of mine that I hated but loved watching them. Man.
Also,
Allstott inside the 3 was a guaranteed.
Oh yeah,
study.
yeah, and a lot
Guaranteed
of so
study.
much fun to watch. I was going to say, why do I forget that? Who was the high knee guy for San Francisco back in the day, running back? I mean, his knees were up so high, and I forget his name. Played with Montana. It may have played with Young also.
Roger Craig?
Yeah. You didn't think, I mean, his knees, I mean, he wasn't like band leader.
I
but
typed in high knee running back, and I turned on, just for Lonzo, Google has created an AI search where it will not only answer your question, but it will based on your question, give you more in-depth information than just a bunch of links.
Wow.
And I typed in high knee running back 49ers. And it said, it looks like you're asking about San Francisco 49ers running back Elijah Mitchell. Mitchell was the 49ers leading rusher last season, but he suffered a knee injury in week 1 of the current season. He's expected to miss 6 to 8 weeks. I'm like, no, AI, it was not. And if you were going to tell me about a 49ers running back, how is it not Christian McCaffrey?
That's a good point. Well, he wasn't there.
Why would you give me Elijah Mitchell over Run CMC?
He wasn't there for the entire season, maybe. I don't know. So we have to adjust with the clock a little bit. We probably could have went a little bit later. We'll get there, though.
I've got the one he sent me calling for the
thing at like 53, and we went
calling for the sports flash at 53:45.
Yeah. And it lasts a minute. So that break didn't have as much in it, is what I'm saying. We actually were right on time.
Okay.
So yeah.
I'm just keeping the clock pulled up so I can. Morning, P Digits. Patrick, I am also leaning Clemson.
Yeah, Clemson should win this game. So Marshawn Lynch is now at a gun place, shooting guns
0% chance
at a
I'm not
range.
watching that.
Oh, it looks
0%
it looks.
chance I'm not
He
watching
gets done doing one of those, and then he's just back in the background doing that.
Marshawn's brilliant. He did the thing with the Amish 2
Yeah.
weeks ago where he called him out on cheating. He's like, using batteries is still using electricity, dog. Yesterday, there was a story that came out of Pennsylvania where a bunch of Amish people are in trouble right now because when the emergency thing went off on the phones the other day, a bunch of Amish people got caught with phones that they had hidden on them.
Uh-oh.
So the Amish are using phones and tech, and this called a bunch of them out in front of the elders. And our numero dos of the Rob Brown Show goes now, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do? I am Rob. He is the great one, Lonzo. Real quick, we're going to do our water cooler cheat sheet here in a minute. The 3 things you have to know before you go start talking sports with your coworkers in the office. But before we get there, something hilarious that came across my radar yesterday. Lonzo, during the break there just mere moments ago, informed me I was not home for the beginning of Thursday Night Football, and pre-Thursday Night Football.
See, I didn't see it either. I've seen it on my X feed. So
pre-Thursday Night Football, they have been doing these little things with Marshawn Lynch where they send him somewhere in the community surrounding the NFL team that is the home game of Thursday Night Football. A couple of weeks ago, we had the Steelers. They sent Marshawn hilariously out into Amish country, right? And he was hanging out with some Amish people, and it produced one of what has been my favorite moments in television so far this football season. He walks into a barn that the Amish are running, and hanging from the roof of the barn is a lantern, except for it's a battery-powered lantern. And he's like, whoa, 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 whoa. I thought you guys didn't use the technology, the electricity. And the lady who was there, the Amish lady that was there, was like, well, we're not. This runs on batteries. It's not wired, so we're fine. And Marshawn was like, y'all cutting corners. I see what you're doing. You're cutting corners, right? So it led me to another story that popped into my feed yesterday that I fell out laughing. And let me proceed this by saying, you live your life however you want to live it, all right? If you decide that not using electricity is what's best for you, have at it, my dude. I'll never understand you, but I support your decision.
Just don't be an FTR and say you're one thing and not be that thing.
Listen,
that's what the Amish are the certain Amish are doing.
My whole thing 100% is you live your life however it's best for you. I will always have your back. The one thing you don't get to do is try to make other people live their lives the way you live yours. That's where I draw the line. So if the Amish want to live out in the country and they don't want to use electricity, hell, if they want to use electricity but use batteries because it's not wired and that's okay, that's on you. I'm fine with that. But this story cracked me up. Earlier this week, we had a nationwide test of the emergency alert, whatever system we're calling it nowadays. They changed the name of it, but whatever the name of this alert system is, and if you had a cell phone or a tablet or whatever, when they sent out this test, your phone went off. And unless you had your phone on totally silent, it produced a little tone. It was like kind of like a mix between an alarm and a jingle that played on your phone. Now, obviously, we can play this, but we can't play you that sound because it is the emergency tone of choice now, right?
So it was just a tone. That's why I didn't get it, because I had my phone off.
Yeah. Okay, so if you had your phone off, you didn't get it.
Okay, good.
But if your phone was on, it came through. I got it. Not only did I get it, I actually grabbed a screenshot of it, Zoe, and I grabbed a screenshot of it so if anybody missed it, that's what it looked like, right? Just a national alert. And if you look at it, you'll also realize that I was reading a wiki article about Mandalore when that happened.
Which is a good article to read.
Yeah.
So if I were a tinfoil hat type of guy, I would say, it was sent out to see if activation of certain DNA would work.
Correct.
Yeah.
That was the conspiracy theory going around on social, was that all of us who were vaccinated by the COVID-19 vaccination were going to have some secret microchip activated, and we were going to turn into mindless killing machines.
No. Lizard people.
Whatever.
I mean, you got
the conspiracy theory on Twitter was we were going to be zombies.
Oh, okay. See, I'm thinking lizard people. It's time for the lizard people to resurface.
Yeah.
And it's better to acclimate by making everyone just like you.
So That was the fun conspiracy theory. Shockingly, although some of you think I am as dumb as one, I did not turn into a zombie.
By the way, this week we're both zombies.
Yeah, pretty much. I am a zombie, but it's not because of an alert warning. Anyway, there was a story that came out of Amish country, out of Pennsylvania, around the area where the Amish are gathered as a unit, that there is a not so small population of the Amish who are being shunned by the elders right now because when this emergency alert thingamajigger went out earlier this week, if you had your phone on, it played a little jingle and a tone on your phone, and there were a solid chunk of the Amish youths, Yana, who had phones hidden on their person. And so they were interacting with the elders of the community, and all of a sudden, a little jingle and tone began emanating from their persons, which was quickly revealed to be that a number of the Amish youths, Yana, had phones on them and are now being shunned by the elders because the government accidentally outed them.
All right, so these youths that you speak of, are they underage?
I don't know the details.
Because if so, how are these phones being paid for and people don't know that they're doing it? Because last I checked, you get like phone bills and stuff.
I don't listen. I don't know. I don't care. It ain't my life. It ain't my community. I just find it hilarious that 2 weeks ago, Marshawn called out the Amish for cutting corners, and then a week and a half later, half the Amish population's in trouble because they totally are using phones.
Do they have like debit cards? Are they able to check their balance?
I mean,
I don't
know the inner workings of the Amish community.
Or do you only pay with cash?
I just know that some of them are clearly on Reddit. All right. Let's get to our water cooler cheat sheet. The 3 items you have to know before you go start talking sports with your friends, family, coworkers, the dog, whoever you spend your work morning with. We start with water cooler cheat sheet item number 1. We have already addressed it. We address it again because I think he is one of those dudes that earned it. The NFL lost Dick Butkus yesterday. 80 years of age, was the 5-time All-Pro player, became a Bears legend and Pro Hall of Famer in his 9 years career, which started in 1965. He was voted into the Hall of Fame as a first ballot guy because, of course, he's a guy that Hall of Fame defensive end Deacon Jones, the Night Train, once described as a, quote, maniac, end quote, and a, quote, well-conditioned animal, end quote.
By the way, that coming from Deacon Jones, that means a lot.
That's a compliment.
Mr. Head Slap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deacon, the closer. Deacon was the guy who did JBL's clothesline from hell first. All right? Butkus once told NFL Films, quote, I want to just let them know that they've been hit, and when they get up, they don't have to look to see who it was that hit them. It shouldn't be any puzzle. When they come to, they got to say, it must have been Butkus that got me. And that's the way the dude played. He was just relentless. He was just absolutely unforgiving in the way he played the game. Finished his career with 1,020 tackles and 22 interceptions over 9 years. He was a first-team All-Pro 5 times. He won the George Halas Award in 1974 and was elected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in his first year of eligibility in 1979. He was named to the NFL's All-Decade team in the 1960s and 70s and is a member of the league's 75th and 100th anniversary all-time teams. Butkus spent his entire football career in Illinois. Born on December 9th, 1942, as the youngest of 8. He grew up on the city's south side as a fan of the Chicago Cardinals, the Bears' crosstown rivals. He played high school football for Chicago Vocational High, earning a High School Player of the Year award as a junior. Went on to compete at Illinois, where he played both center and linebacker and helped the Fighting Illini to an 8-1-1 record and a Rose Bowl victory in 1963. In his senior season, he made the All-America team and finished 3rd in Heisman Trophy voting as a linebacker, which led to him being selected by the Bears with the 3rd overall pick in the 1965 NFL draft after Bill George, another Hall of Famer, vacated the spot. But Butkus was up to the task, set career highs with 5 INTs and 7 fumble recoveries during his rookie season. Dick Butkus, 80 years old, NFL Hall of Famer, passing away yesterday at the age of 80 and leaving behind, if I may say so myself, an absolute hell of a legacy. Water cooler cheat sheet item numero dos. Yesterday, it was announced that the undefeated North Carolina Tar Heels will be getting a little bit of help as the NCAA has decided to grant a waiver for immediate eligibility to wide receiver Tez Walker. The saga of Tez Walker has been one that has been going on for a while. It is one that has been very interesting. Tez Walker, you'll remember, left high school. He went to a school. He played for that school. He went to another school. He played for that school, but he never played in a game because of the COVID year. He transferred again. He was only supposed to get the one transfer. Well, this is where the story gets interesting. He had been denied an eligibility to waiver. A couple of weeks ago, Mac Brown came out. He went swinging at the NCAA for preventing Tez Walker from playing. Yesterday, the NCAA said in their granting of the waiver of eligibility to Tez Walker that new information had come to light. They said that they received, quote, new information that was not made available by UNC previously. They basically said, look, we got some new data. We got some new information. This new information was held by but not distributed to us by the University of North Carolina. The statement went on to say, quote, NCAA staff received new information regarding the University of North Carolina student-athlete Tez Walker this week. Staff determined the new information qualifies Walker for a transfer waiver. The information had not been made available by UNC previously, despite the school's multiple chances to do so. Now, this is interesting, not in that Tez Walker gets eligibility, which, by the way, is interesting because Drake May, who is undefeated, now has his number one wide receiver back in the fold, something that has not been the case to this point. But it's interesting to me because this says, in a story that we've been saying since week one, somebody has dropped the ball here. Either UNC has dropped the ball by telling this kid he'd be able to play when clearly he would not, or the NCAA has dropped the ball by not recognizing the situation in play with Tez Walker and making some sort of exception for him because this is not your ordinary two-time transfer player. Turns out, maybe, perhaps, perchance, it was not the NCAA that dropped the ball. It was North Carolina itself. How embarrassing for the Heels, who have already had plenty of trouble in the past for exceptions to academic eligibility rules that they've made for players, would it be if it turns out the reason Tez was not available for the 4-0 start of the Heels was because they forgot, neglected, decided not to send a critical piece of information to the NCAA, who could have checked the box to give him his eligibility. I got to tell you, if you're Tez Walker, there was a video of him that went up. That was a great video of him walking into the facility yesterday, being met at the door by his position coach, by Mac Brown, and by who I believe to be North Carolina's AD, Bubba Cunningham. Bubba! Informing Tez that he had been granted his eligibility and he could play. He had this big, great hug-it-out moment with Mac Brown, and I'm sitting there like, dude, they're the reason you were ineligible. If this is true, if what the NCAA is saying is true, and North Carolina just didn't send the info on, they're the reason you couldn't play, which made that all that much more dramatic.
Not trying to be a negative Nancy here, but what if he goes out and he doesn't play that well? I mean, with all this attention and everything, and you're finally going to get to play for an undefeated team, and you go out and you drop every pass thrown to you and things. I mean,
look, first off, I don't know if he's playing this weekend. I can't imagine he is. He got his eligibility yesterday. I can't imagine.
Has he been practicing though?
He has been with the team.
Okay.
I do not know the level of activity that Tez Walker's been going through, but he has been with the team. So I'm sure he knows the playbook and all that. He's been getting ready because this has always been a possibility. A, I can't imagine he plays this weekend for the Heels, and B, I can't imagine if he does, he's not going to have some ring rust to knock off.
But you talk about pressure. That's pressure with the national attention you're getting, and you finally get out on the field. But if you have aspirations to go further, that's the kind of attention you're going to get on Sunday. So
I agree.
We'll see.
North Carolina.
I hope he plays well, by the way.
North Carolina is at home at 3:30 against Syracuse this weekend. And finally, water cooler cheat sheet item number 3. 3 local games going on in professional and college football this weekend. We open it up tomorrow when the Clemson Tigers are going to be at home taking on Wake Forest. They have got the Demon Deacons coming to town. That game is at 3:30 p.m. At 2 o'clock tomorrow, Furman is at home. They will host the Citadel. This is a Southern Conference matchup. As of right now, the Furman Paladins are undefeated at 1-0 in the Southern Conference. They have got a Citadel team coming to town for a 2 o'clock kick. That is, as of right now, 0-5 with losses to Georgia Southern, Campbell, Chattanooga, SC State, and West Carolina, the Catamounts. This is a big game for the Dins. They want to keep Citadel out of the dub column and keep themselves in the driver's seat of the Southern Conference. And then we wrap it up on Sunday at 1 o'clock when the Carolina Panthers are on the road at the Detroit Lions. This one's going to be very interesting too, because I don't think you're playing for a win. I think you're playing to prove you've gotten better after what happened against Minnesota last weekend. Lonzo and I will be butting heads on that all weekend long. Keep in mind that Furman game, Lonzo, if people were interested in the Dins football game this weekend, but they couldn't make it out to Paladin Stadium, by chance, do you have a way they might be able to experience that game?
You can hear that game exclusively right here on the Fan Upstate.
The hope of the Furman Paladins. F you 1 time, F you 2 times, F you 3 times, F you all the time, right here on the Fan Upstate. Let's take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute. Got a few more things I want to get to later on in the show. At 8:40, Jarrell Hendricks from Moving the Chains will join us to talk like local high school football. And it's Friday, which means coming up next, the Quad Box. I'm going to tell you what 4 games in the morning, afternoon, and night slots you need to watch in college football to stay on top of the game and prove that you, like us, know ball. That's next on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, got another sponsor read right here. Stay right there. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know, Steven. I would say promoted personally. That's just me, though. Behind the ropes, welcome in, big dog. Good morning. Happy to have you. Yep, no Sam Hartman for Wake. He is out there killing it for the one loss Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Who they would relegate down that are in the public eye zone. For the record, Zoe don't care. Zoe don't care at all. So he caught the public promotion. I like that. Yeah, Jacob. Somebody told us that that you got somebody got the admission that Lonzo is indeed a superstar.
By the way, Steven, I can't be relegated. I'm the alpha, dude.
The alpha.
The alpha goes where he wills. Hopefully you're not just trying to start trouble, Steven, because you wouldn't do that, right? Oh, this is cool. I'm seeing all this. You know what this is about? What this is really about? Because Mark and I will fight till the end of time. This is about back when he first started, when I was on that show, he did a poll about who was, I can't remember the most liked or who was, personality on the station between the four of us. And I won. And he was unhappy about it, which I get that. That's fine. I mean, I've been here a long time. I am an institution, and it's hard to deal with that. Still trying to, where did they relegate me to? I mean, where did they send me to?
I would say to the two-time award-winning Rob Brown show.
Yeah. Well, yeah. There was no relegation.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm just assuming that I checked in last in that poll.
Who knows? Who cares? What, in that poll?
In the four of us poll.
Yeah, you had just. I think you had just started here.
Okay.
So I mean, it was for self-gratification, and it didn't work out for the person who tried to put. I mean, now who knows? Maybe he wins now. Yeah. I mean, if so, good for him. That means he worked hard and got in the good graces of some of the listeners. We know there's a certain fan base that he did not. So they tried to relegate me to normalcy.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Freaking luck with
what
that.
What the heck is normal? I don't know what that is.
Luck. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. The two-time South Carolina Broadcasters Association Sports Talk Radio Show of the year. And while we have you, do want to, ladies and gentlemen, ask a favor of you. We pretty much depend on word of mouth to spread the good word about the Rob Brown Show. So if you get a minute today, if you find yourself standing around the water cooler at work talking sports, I would very much appreciate it. And Lonzo would appreciate it even more.
Thank you for, throwing me in there.
If you would tell your friends, hey, you should check out the Rob Brown Show from 6 to 10 on the Fan Upstate, 97.7 Greenville, 97.1 Spartanburg, and free at thefanupstate.com, because here's the reality. We want to do the best radio we can do. And the more involved that you guys are, the more active listeners we have. And that includes, by the way, on your smart speaker by telling Alexa or Siri or whatever other name you've got for them, hey, play The Fan Upstate.
She'll go, you need it.
Playing 97.7, The Fan Upstate from Odyssey.
When you say Alexa or Siri, you should say it slower to make sure that you activate everybody's Alexa or Siri.
Siri, play The Fan Upstate.
Yeah, that's not.
In fairness, if anybody hears that, they're already listening to us, so it's kind of pointless.
It's very distorted.
But do us a favor.
You know what? My
friends.
phone just doesn't care anymore because it's just like you can say, "Hey Siri" a ton and just nothing. There she is. I just wanted to see if she'd come on.
Tell your friends, tell your family. We want to grow the show. We want to grow the station. The more that we have you guys involved, the more cool stuff that we get to do. Let's go to the Quad Box, ladies and gentlemen, in celebration of the best decision that's been made in broadcasting in a while. That is YouTube providing the Quad Box for you. You can watch 4 games at any given one time. Joey texts in. He says, since you guys moved to the 6 a.m. slot, I've got the YouTube stream going for the whole office. Well, hello, everyone in Joey's office. It's wonderful to see you.
I just got to say, yes, we are that pretty. All right, go ahead.
Turns out we are. These are the 4 games that are the 4 most important games in all 3 windows of the college football Saturday coming up tomorrow. The noon window, the mid-afternoon window, and the night window, the games you cannot afford to miss. I am going to start with one that I believe is going to be an absolute bleep fest, and not in the good way. But I absolutely do think it is a game that could have some national implications, just not in the way that you think it will. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up at noon tomorrow, our early window games kick off with the mighty William and Mary Tribe taking on the University of Virginia Cavaliers.
Are you really? You're putting that in your quad?
I am, and here's why.
Oh, come on.
Here's why. There's 2 reasons. The Cavs are 0-5 right now. Who's the head coach at the University of Virginia right now? That would be former Clemson offensive coordinator Tony Elliott. Now, Tony Elliott has had to deal with a lot off of the field. You had the campus shooting. You've had a lot of big-time injuries for this team. It's been rough on Tony Elliott since he got there. But the tide has turned from we need to give the guy time to he just can't do it. Tony Elliott is in danger right now because this William and Mary team at 4-1, their only loss to Elon. They have beat Wofford. They have beat Campbell. They have beat Charleston Southern, a team that was in a fist fight with Clemson for a half. This team is not atrocious out of the CAA. Virginia's 0-5. This is one of the worst Virginia teams we've ever seen coming into the year. If William and Mary can knock off Virginia, I think Tony Elliott's out of a job. If William and Mary knocks off Virginia, he might not make it back to the locker room. He might get the on-the-field pink slipping. We'll find out. The other reason that I have this game here, Lonzo, is because the noon slate isn't wildly attractive tomorrow. So let's move on to the other 3 games I've got in the noon quad box. I got William and Mary versus Virginia because I think there's a coach's job on the line. Also at noon, Maryland takes on Michigan. I do think that this one, takes on Ohio State, not Michigan.
I was going to say, was there been a schedule change?
No, I've got them in another slot, and I misread my thing. Maryland takes on Ohio State. The Turtles, fear the turtle. The Turtles are 5-0.
Turtle.
I like Turtles. The Turtles are 5-0. Now, the wins aren't wildly impressive. It's Towson and Charlotte out of the gate, but they did beat the hell out of the aforementioned Virginia Cavaliers. They smoked Sparty 31-9. They beat Indiana 44-17. That is the same Indiana team. And again, the old transitive property of football is not one you want to gauge picks on, but the same Indiana team that it took Ohio State a while to get by 23-3. Maryland got them 44-17. The Turtles, no joke. Now, the good news for Lonzo and his The Ohio State University is that this game is on the campus of The Ohio State University, but I don't think that makes it uninteresting. Talia Tungavailoa is no joke slinging the rock around for the mighty Turtles of Maryland right now. I would keep an eye on this game. I think Ohio State wins. I think Ohio State covers. But the Turtle is confident right now. They are out of the shell. This one could be interesting at noon on Fox.
Do you really believe that? I mean,
That
come
could
on.
be interesting.
Come on.
Yes.
It might be
Yes.
interesting by seeing Kyle McCord step up even further than what he already has,
I hope he
solidifying
does.
the starting job. Marvin Harrison Jr. going off. I mean, yeah, I will be keeping both eyes on it.
You should. You should. Listen, the other thing that makes this interesting, Ohio State's last game was what? A full 4-quarter slugfest with Notre Dame. Those are the types of games that guys come out of beat up and bruised. Maryland, on the other hand, had a coast last week. They're the fresher team, and they've got an offense that loves to go up and down the field. I think this game could get very interesting.
I think Ohio State had a bye.
Also at noon, did you have? Oh, that's right. You did have the bye. You still had the Notre Dame game. All right, you're beat up. Shut up. I'm looking for reasons to make this compelling. LSU is in a game against Mizzou coming up at noon tomorrow. Now,
I mean, that LSU team that you had
in the playoffs,
that LSU team?
that went real bad for me. Hey, I've only lost one so far. All right. All my other picks are undefeated as of right now. I'm in a pretty good spot. 75% success
You know what?
rate so
if
far.
I remembered all 4 picks of mine, I'd believe all 4 of my picks are in, but actually I believe all 4 of my picks are still
no, didn't you pick Clemson?
No.
I thought you did.
No, I picked Florida State.
Oh, okay. Either way, LSU coming off of a
Pick Clemson. Come on.
59 loss against the Fighting Lane Kiffins. Joey Freshwater and his Rebels clipped them last week, and now they got to turn it around against the Mizzou team that's looked pretty good. They're number 21 in the country, and LSU, who, by the way, is out of the playoff contention now after taking not 1 but 2 losses, including one to a 1-loss Ole Miss team. They, at this point, are fighting just to make an attempt to stay in the playoffs, and they are going to have to be excellent in order to make that happen. Mizzou, on the other hand, with a ranked win already, playing at home, is a dangerous team.
So the only way LSU makes the playoffs is if they win the SEC, right?
Yep. And
Okay.
even that, I mean, they're still going to do it as a 2-loss team. That's not a guarantee by any stretch of the imagination, because let's say Georgia's undefeated and LSU clips them in the SEC title game, Georgia's still only a 1-loss team. LSU will still be a 2-loss team. I still think they would go. And then finally, we wrap it up out in the noon window with your Oklahoma-Texas Red River Shootout. This one is going to be at noon on ABC. I love this game. I talked about this on BetQL last night on the BetMGM show. This game comes down to Dillon Gabriel. I think Oklahoma is maybe the most impressive team. I've talked about who's the most improved team from week 1. The most improved team from last year is the Boomer Sooners of Oklahoma. Brent Venables got that team playing well. This game comes down to me, to Dillon Gabriel, the quarterback for the Sooners. He has not been in a game of this nature yet. Oklahoma is currently sitting on a 5-0 record, but those 5 are Arkansas State, SMU, Tulsa, Cincy, and Iowa State, and they've blown them all out. They've been in, I mean, they've won conclusively won every game. This game is the biggest Oklahoma's had in years. They are up against the Texas team that is more confident than they've ever been. If Dillon Gabriel can handle the pressure, Oklahoma can win this game and ruin the season for the Texas Longhorns. When we come back here in a minute, I'll give you the mid-afternoon games I'm most looking forward to and some thoughts on each, as well as the night games I'm most looking forward to. And some thoughts on each. I can do this.
Hey, man, it's only been a week. You can stumble a little. That's how that works.
So we'll finish up the quad box with our mid-afternoon and night games when we come back. It is the Rob Brown Show. It is the Fan Upstate. General.
Don't you disrespect the ring general.
I'm going to disrespect friend of the show.
I see you.
And still
longest reigning. You're welcome.
WWE Intercontinental Champion. I literally just got, I have not finished Raw. I have not finished Dynamite. And I got SmackDown. I am way behind.
I sent you a video. I don't know if you want to break it down on the stream or not. We might have we might have time. It probably has sound with it, so you probably have to mute it. It's up to you if you think it's
Let me take a look at it.
Worth a breakdown. I think it might be.
Give me 25 seconds, guys. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Adjust the volume down a bit for us with AirPods. We need new eardrums. My bad, buddy. Unfortunately, StreamYard doesn't let me have control of the video volume. Somebody replied to that video with toasty.
Does she get in trouble for that? I don't know.
That's why I said I want the context.
So they might be using it as an instructional video later on. Here's how here's how you calm a crowd.
Do this or do not do this.
Yeah, one or the other.
Running through the quad box games for you. We've got through your noon window. I am looking at William and Mary versus Virginia because I think Tony Elliott's job is on the line. Looking at LSU taking on Mizzou. That one's going to be on ESPN at noon. Looking at Maryland taking on Ohio State. That one is on Fox. And looking at, of course, the Red River rivalry at noon on ABC. The game of the day, without a doubt, is Oklahoma taking on Texas with potentially, by the way, Oklahoma's undefeated too. Like there's all this talk about the Texas Longhorns because they're currently sitting up in that number 3 spot, but OU is also undefeated and they are having to climb because they started off way in the back of the pack. A win here, Lonzo, but I think Oklahoma's probably jumping way up into the mix, like up way towards a playoff spot overall. So that game is important. Let's go to the mid-afternoon games. I am going to open it up right here in our own backyard as the Tigers of Clemson on the ACC network at 3:30 will host Wake Forest. Listen, I think we're past get-right games for the Tigers. I think you've got to go back to laying it down on some folks, and I think this is a real good opportunity to do it. Good opportunity to let Garrett Riley just turn his offense loose and trust Cade Klubnik to make decisions down the field because Wake is a team that if you need to, you can just power run over them. You can just Shipley and Maffa. So until you get to the point where Cade ain't doing it, let Cade cook. That game's at 3:30. Also at 3:30, Syracuse and North Carolina. Now, this is a Syracuse team that was in the game, but not against Clemson last week. Like they had spots where you're like, all right, Garrett Schrader is for real. This dude is legitimate. But then every time they did, Clemson just kind of turned around and started marching on them again. North Carolina's at home in Kenan Stadium in Chapel Hill this week. This is, to me, a massive game for the Heels. Now, Tez Walker is back and eligible. I cannot imagine he is going to play. Maybe they dress him out just to let him be on the field, kind of get the feel. Maybe they even throw him in for a play or two here or there just to run some routes and get up the game speed. But I don't think it makes a massive difference. That being said, 41-24 winners over Pitt last time out. I like the Heels in this one, but Syracuse, a team that was undefeated before Clemson, a team that still very much believes that they deserve to be in the ACC discussion, they can earn their way back with a win here over UNC. At 3:30 on CBS, Alabama takes on Texas A&M. This one is on the Colt compound, ladies and gentlemen. Kyle Field in College Station, Texas, is the home of the Texas A&M Aggies. That is also the host site for this matchup with the Tide. A lot of people predicting A&M. In fact, one of the hosts last night at BetMGM Tonight when I sat in was telling me that she thinks it's A&M's game. She thinks this is all Jimbo. My response was, and Zoe, correct me if I'm wrong, hadn't Nick Saban looked a little different the last couple of weeks? Hadn't he looked after they had that real close game to USF like he's just in a different mindset right now?
You done woke up the old man. You don't want to do that.
You done woke up the beast, bro. You did. I'm going to go Alabama in this one, but I think it is the must-watch game. And then we wrap up our noon window with a Pac-12 showdown. I don't think this is going to be much of a game, but I do think it is a proving opportunity for Washington State. The Cougs are going to get a run at UCLA. This is a UCLA team that has not been good. They got beat 14-17 by Utah, but they've got 3 wins ahead of that. None of them wildly impressive, but it's a decent UCLA team, and I think the Cougs got to put it on them this week in order to prove that they are in that Pac-12 discussion. And finally, a real quick run through our night games at 8 o'clock on the ACC network. Georgia Tech is taking on Miami. Does this game look wildly impressive on paper? No, it really doesn't, but I'll tell you where it is important. It is important. It is going to go a long way to prove whether or not the Hurricanes are for real, because Tech's going to throw some weird looks at them, and Miami's defense has got to keep Tech off the board. This is a type of game Miami has struggled in years gone by. If they can close this one out against the Ramblin' Wreck, maybe we got to give some credit Miami's way. Notre Dame takes on Louisville. That game is going to be at 7:30 p.m. on ABC. Notre Dame, of course, had the L to Ohio State. They had a fisticuffs with Duke last week, one that they won in the very dying breaths. I think this is an important one for Notre Dame to go out and just overpower a decent Louisville Cardinal team. Of course, Louisville 5-0 in the ACC right now with wins over NC State, Boston College, and Georgia Tech. Louisville's not a team to be taken lightly if you were the Irish, and that's why this game is on the list. Kentucky taking on Georgia. Y'all, I told you before the season, Georgia ain't the same Bulldogs. This ain't last year's team, my dudes. They are not as good as they were last year. On the flip side, I think it's time to put some respect on the name of the UK Wildcats, putting the K in respect. They got a 34-13 demo job win over Florida. They, as they should have, crushed Vandy. They've just laid out everybody else from lower level football in their path. Now, the bad news for Kentucky is they got to go to Athens. That's a tough place to play. Ask the Gamecocks. They learned that firsthand 2 weeks ago. But Kentucky's got a wide open offense. They've got a wild offense that I am very much enjoying watching. I think Georgia could be hard-pressed. This might be Georgia's most difficult game to date because Kentucky might be better than Auburn right now with the turnover, the transitioning happening there. So I love this Kentucky-Georgia game at 7 o'clock on ESPN, and we wrap it all up, ladies and gentlemen, with the game you and I and your mama and everybody else is looking forward to. The Buffaloes of Colorado are at Arizona State. The Sun Devils are 1-4. The Buffs are 3-2, but they gave USC everything they wanted in that 48-41 defeat last week. If there's a game that Dion goes full primetime, if there's a game that Shador goes full primetime, it is tomorrow when the Mighty Buffs travel to the Sun Devils of Arizona State. Colorado against the Sun Devils at 6:30 on the Pac-12 network. There's your quad box, ladies and gentlemen. Oklahoma, Texas, Maryland, Ohio State, and LSU, Mizzou, William and Mary, and Virginia in the early window. Mid-afternoon, Washington State versus UCLA, Bama at A&M, Cuse at UNC, and Wake at Clemson. And then your night games, Kentucky at Georgia at 7 o'clock. Colorado, Arizona State at 6:30. At 7:30, Notre Dame, Louisville. And at 8 o'clock, Georgia Tech, Miami. There's your quad box games. Those are the games I think you have to watch in each window. Let's take a break and wrap up this hour of the show next. No? Did I run through my breaks already? Is this it? Really? We're taking this one all the way to the end?
Yeah, we did it last hour too. I know it's tired. You're tired. I get it, dude. But yeah.
No way.
Yeah, we go to 53. So we took one at 15.
Yeah.
We took one at 35.
We sure did.
Then we take our last one at
staying on the clock is weird, you guys.
I understand. You got like another 8 minutes.
I got like 8 minutes. I just sprinted through these games like it's a freaking 100-meter dash.
I was about to ask you a question. So does the Colorado hype train start back up after this week?
It's super interesting, right?
Because he's got a chance to win 4 games and only won 3 all of last year, right?
Dude, the Vegas over-under was 3.5 this year.
Right.
If he wins this weekend, they hit the over, and we're not even halfway through the season, right? So this is interesting because we talk about the Colorado hype. And I think predominantly, though not exclusively so, the hype has been coming from outside the house, right? The hype has been, as some radio hosts call them, from the casuals, which is fine.
See, Prime is responding and he's doing what he does, but I don't think he's went out of his way. I mean, he's invited on shows, but he's also Deion Sanders.
And by the way, in the last 2 weeks, he hasn't really said anything that you're like, that's just Deion, right? Like, I haven't felt the need to defend Deion Sanders the last 2 weeks like I did the first 2 or 3. So I think the majority of the hype for the Buffaloes, the majority of the hype has been from people new to college football, people that have come to college football because of Deion, people that have come to college football to follow Deion. And in those first couple of weeks, when you got Lil Wayne bringing the boys up out of the tunnel.
I'm glad you brought that up because I am curious. Why aren't people considering all that a distraction for Colorado, but Taylor Swift is a distraction for Kansas City? Why is it okay for all the stars? There's been a ton of stars. The Rock, I mean, so many big time stars showing up for Colorado, and everyone's like, "Oh, that's cool" and everything. But Taylor Swift shows up to a couple games in the NFL, and people are complaining to the NFL.
Number one, there is no star bigger than Taylor Swift. The Rock is not on the level of Taylor Swift. Lil Wayne's not on the level of Taylor Swift. She is the top notch of celebrity right now in the United States. Number one. Number two, I think that the people, by and large, not everybody, but the people that are tuning in to the Deion Sanders show, not Colorado Buffalo football, to the Deion Sanders show, the Deion and Shedeur and Travis and Shiloh show, the people who are tuning into that, they are not exclusively football people. They're either casual fans or they're not fans, but they're just tuning in to see what Deion's doing as the head coach. And the folks that are coming on in that bandwagon, and don't get me wrong, you can include me to some degree in that group. The folks that are tuning into that's kind of part of what Deion brings, right? You know, when Deion shows up at Colorado, that's part of the show. That's never been part of the show for the Kansas City Chiefs. The only celebrity on that team has been Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce.
See, I get what you're saying to a degree, but I don't recall a college team, at least not in recent memory, where that many celebrities are showing
up. Right,
up.
but this isn't about a college team. This is about Deion, right?
But it's still the team's there, and a team has to play,
disagree.
and a team has to deal with the hype and all the attention from all those stars showing up.
And there are some football guys that know ball like you and me. There are some football guys.
You're the only one in this room that knows ball.
There are some football guys that have asked this question. There are some football guys that have said, wait a minute, is this not distracting to the team? But here's the other aspect of it. And this is something I brought up after that Colorado State game. You got to keep in mind what this is about at college, right? You don't have to worry about this at the NFL, but at college you do. Recruiting. You got to convince high school kids, and I'm emphasizing kids. You've got to convince high school kids to come to your school. In the NFL, you got to convince free agents. And there's 2 ways to do that. Number one, we're going to pay you more than anybody else. Number two, we're going to win you a Lombardi. At the college level, there's a million different ways that a kid might get interested in your program. Sure, NIL deals are now one of them, without a doubt. Championship opportunities are one of them, without a doubt. But these kids also know there's 100, how many did we decide? 133 college football programs you could play for at the FBS and FCS levels. Guys, ain't but one that can win a natty every year. That's harder than the NFL, right? So,
Except that year when UCF declared themselves.
They were undefeated. They're national champions.
Yeah, okay.
There is another element to recruiting, and that is, you're going to be the BMOC. You're just going to be cool in college. I'd have given anything to be the coolest guy on college when I was on campus, when I was attending the University of West Florida. I'd have given anything to be the big MOC.
Wow, you weren't even the coolest guy there.
Not even at UWF.
Wow.
All right. So if you tell a kid, hey, look, if you come to Colorado, not only do you have NIL opportunities, and by the way, who the hell is going to facilitate a better NIL opportunity for you than Deion bleeping Sanders? Nobody. But on top of that, The Rock comes to your games. McAfee comes to your games. Lil Wayne is not coming to your game. Lil Wayne's going to wrap you out the tunnel onto the field. You're going to run out after Ralphie to Lil Wayne wrapping you on the field live. Now, that is cool to me as a 38-year-old white dude. I can't imagine what being a cool college football player, having Lil Wayne wrap you out of the tunnel, what that would feel like. That would be an incredible feeling, and that is a recruiting tool. So sure, I can argue that, it might be distracting on game night, but I would also argue that all of that gets better players into the Buffalo program down the line, and that at the end of the day is kind of the point. That's kind of the goal. So I don't think that it is a massive distraction. I mean, it is a massive distraction. I'm not arguing that it's not. But if you're a casual, or you're a part-time fan, or you're a loose fan, or you're not a fan, you're just tuning in to see what all the drama is about, then you are tuning into this team to see the Deion Sanders show, and all of that is part and parcel with the Deion Sanders show. But as a texter said, funny how Deion isn't saying arrogant stuff after 2 straight losses. Yeah, he did. He lost to USC, and he said, I promise you, this will be the worst you ever see us play. This will be the worst performance you see out of my football team. We are coming back. Now, some people say that's arrogant. Some people say it's confident. The line between confidence and arrogance, Lonzo, is very frequently dictated by the person who hears the message, not the person who delivers it.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, if I show confidence, I'm arrogant.
Yeah.
That's what people think every single time.
I get accused of being arrogant on this show all the damn time. But what you have to understand is, to me, I don't feel like I'm being arrogant. I feel like I'm being confident, because if you're not confident in this job, you will be eaten alive. I've seen it happen a lot of times.
There's only one thing that I have complete confidence in, and anytime I talk about it, and I'm not going to say what it is, people look at
How
me
good
like,
his hair looks.
No, well, not that. I mean, that's an act of God. I'm talking about, winning certain things. If I say something about that, then people are like, oh man, he's just so cocky. But it's the only thing I know that I'm really good at.
Am I saying Deion Sanders isn't arrogant? Absolutely not. I'm not. I am saying that to him, he's being confident. He believes in this stuff. And here's the interesting part.
Why should he lessen with age? That's what he's always been.
Here's the interesting part about Deion's arrogance. It's to him, it's confidence, and to its team, to his team, which that confidence bleeds onto and instills confidence in them. I was watching a thing from one of his coaches the other day, one of his assistant coaches, that said, you got to understand, when Deion says and does all this stuff, A, he believes it, but B, the kids start to believe it. When the kids start to believe it, he said, and I'm paraphrasing, but it's very close. He said, they start to reimagine what is possible for them. They start to reimagine what's possible. And you can only be taken as far as your imagination lets you believe that you can be. So Deion is working to rewire these kids to believe that there's no reason the Colorado Buffaloes can't be mentioned amongst the USCs and the Washington States and the Washingtons and the Oregon States. And I think you can see that in the performance, because a lot of teams, after USC dumped 38 on them in the first half, a lot of teams would have quit. What did Deion's team do? They came back and put 39 on the board in the second half and made it a freaking football game. That's Deion Sanders right there. Ladies and gentlemen, Lonzo's got a sports flash for you. He's going to drop a couple of the biggest stories on sports on your heads. Then we're going to run to a break and come right back. Lonzo, please wow us with your stardom.
Wow, there's pressure right there. It's time for the RBS Sports Flash. Sad news in the world of the NFL. Legendary Chicago Bears linebacker and Hall of Famer Dick Butkus has passed away yesterday at the age of 80. Butkus was a 5-time All-Pro and was a first ballot Hall of Fame selection in 1979. Clemson could have back-to-back ACC wins as they host Wake Forest tomorrow at 3:30. Carolina Panthers look to end a 4-game losing streak, hopefully, when they travel to Detroit Sunday at 1 p.m. Also, an MLB division round series starts tomorrow. In the American League, Texas at number 1 seed Baltimore, Minnesota at Houston, and in the National League, Philly at your Atlanta Braves, and Arizona at the Dodgers. That is your RBS Sports Flash. Gotta watch my back closer. I don't know, Rob. Was that WCW GameCube music? I don't think so. We have a company library full of thousands of beds.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean that they didn't, no, you can't copy. That's like against, copyright law and stuff, and you can't do that. Ain't nothing wrong with being reminded of that, though. Bro.
Now. The third hour of the Rob Brown Show goes now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Fan Upstate. We are in the working hours, friends and family, but worry not because it is Football Friday. Yeah. So let's get to it, shall we? We got a lot of ground to cover over the next 2 hours of sports talk entertainment coming up in this hour in just mere minutes from now. It's 8 o'clock. It's time to clock in, and therefore it is time to clock in and lock in. I'm going to give you here in just a minute a few of my favorite bets for some of my favorite games of the weekend, both NFL and pro. So that's coming down the pipe here in mere moments. In about 40 minutes from now, we are going to be joined by Jarrell Hendricks. Jarrell is one of the staff members for Moving the Chains. They are your home for high school football coverage in the upstate of South Carolina. Jarrell is going to join us to break down all of the big games coming up tonight around the high school football landscape. So stay tuned for that, including, by the way, the Burns Rebels tonight on the road taking on the Bulldogs of Boiling Springs High School. And very, very excited about this one. This is a regional matchup, and the Rebels getting their season started in regional play 1-0 with a win over the Vikings of Spartanburg last weekend, but it was one that came down to the dying breaths of the game. Hey, James Oates' pick 6 was the difference in that one. So we'll have Jarrell come on and break that game down as well as all of the rest of them in a little while. Then at 9 o'clock straight up, we're going to be joined by Matthew Scott. Matthew Scott is the director of the South Carolina Youth Diabetes Association, and they have got their annual celebrity softball game coming up this weekend. We're going to talk for just a few minutes about that. Unfortunately, Rob is unable to play last year. Lonzo, last year, 2 for 3 with a double and a single and 2 RBIs out of your boy. All right.
So you thought that was enough to retire on?
Yeah, no, I have something that I've got to do this weekend that prevents me from being there, unfortunately. I would absolutely go back and try to replicate my performance because I think I can do better. I think this year I could have gone 3 for 3, triple double single. A year after that, I'd have gone for the cycle. But unfortunately, got a couple of obligations that are going to prevent me from being there. But it's still a wonderful occasion for an outstanding cause. And we'll talk to Matthew Scott about that at the top of the next hour. But let's get to a couple of texts real quick on the madworldattractions.com text line 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N, and we will read them on the air. Let's go with this. Luke says on the stream, we were talking about Dion and the Buffaloes. Can the hype maintain with the Buffaloes win over Arizona State this weekend? And we had a texter, and Lonzo asked the question, with Lil Wayne rapping you on the field, with Dwayne The Rock Johnson on the sideline, why is it that we have talked about Taylor Swift relentlessly showing up to a Chiefs game, but Colorado seems to get a pass on the distractions? And I gave you my answer, and I frankly think it was a good one. Luke says the players should not be aware of or concerned with anything but the field. It shouldn't be a distraction. Who is it? Your game should be a thought after the game. During the game, each player should be 100% focused on the field. And yes, in an ideal world, Luke, that is exactly the case. There are two things I would say here. Number one, that ain't how it works. You know that ain't how it works. I know that ain't how it works. Zoe knows that ain't how it works. All of us are still people. And all of us have brains inside the old skull casing that can get distracted very easily, right? Lonzo and I will say to you all the time, during the 4 hours that he and I are on the air, we have one job, which is to bring you the most exemplary of sports talk radio entertainment shows. But we would also both be lying to say that we come in and we got an email from the boss, or we got a text from the wife/fiance, or we had a caution light come on our car on the way in, or whatever. And all of those things can take you out of the zone. The question mark is not, are you the type of person that is capable of maintaining 100% focus on the tasks at hand? The question mark is, are you the type of person that can compartmentalize the distractions? And while it will always be in the back of the old lizard brain in your subconscious, can you compartmentalize the distraction and stay focused as possible on the task at hand in this point, a football game? And I will tell you, if there is somebody that you want to learn that from, who better than Deion Sanders? Who better than Primetime, right? And think about the career of Deion Sanders, from Florida State to the Falcons, to the Braves, to the Niners, to the Cowboys. Deion Sanders was the king of creating distractions and then tuning them out and being one of the best players on whatever baseball and or football field that he happened to step on, including the days in Atlanta when he would play football and a baseball game in the same day. In the same day. You think it wasn't media circus when Deion had a 1:00 game with the Atlanta Falcons and then he had to drive across town to go play a home game for the Atlanta Braves?
We forgot to mention, and played well in both.
And played well in both. That's exactly right. If you're going to learn how to minimize distractions, I don't know that there's a player better in history than Deion Sanders to do it, right? Dan texts into the show. Buddy Dan Kruger texts in. He says, for me, what distinguishes confidence and arrogance is how you treat other people. Confidence is kind. Arrogance is not. Prime seems kind.
You know, I completely agree with that.
I love that.
But there's also the thing that people who don't really know you, and even people in a building where you work, if they never talk to you, they just automatically assume something because you don't talk to them. And they just think that you're arrogant right away and they don't want to have anything to do with you without actually having a conversation with you.
So it took me a long time to get here. And there are days I still fall prey to this. But my old man dropped me, and it's a cliche. It's been around for a very long time. But my old man dropped on me a long time ago. It's
probably different when your dad tells you that.
It is, and it's stuck. And then I've seen it pop up in other places. But my old man used to tell me, Zoe, do not take criticism from those whom you would not seek advice, right? And I thought that was, I think it took me a long time to get there. I'm still, like I said, I'm still susceptible to it. To have somebody criticize me or my behavior or my work ethic or my radio show or my personal life or whatever, and it kind of gets me down. And then but I have to kind of recenter myself on, if I don't care what that person would say to tell me to get better, why should I care about how they feel about me being, in their eyes, worse? I shouldn't, right? It's hard to do. If you have followed Deion in his journey to and through his Colorado job with anything more than a cursory glance, we did this a couple of weeks ago. I played some of the clips from the 60 Minutes interview they did with Deion Sanders. And there were two things that jumped out at me. And it was not the point of what Deion was saying, but it was the words that he used. He did two things. The first thing he did was they said, after 1 week, you were propping up Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter as Heisman Trophy candidates. You played 1 week. You won one game. Why? And he said, because that's what they want. That's what they want. They want to be considered Heisman Trophy candidates. And the only way that they're going to get into the limelight is by performing and me propping them up. And if I can create a platform for these two young men to accomplish the dream that they have, which is to be in New York City for a Heisman Trophy presentation, why would I not do that? I thought that was great. And the second thing Deion said, and he said these words multiple times throughout the interview, what did he refer to his players as? My kids. These are my kids, right? Not my players, not the players, not the kids. He referred to them as my kids. And that jumped out at me. Because here's the thing. You and me and Lonzo and everybody in the Rob Brown Armada, everybody in the Armada could sit here collectively together and go, Deion's an arrogant punk. But see, that's irrelevant to Deion. What matters to Deion is, how do the kids in the locker room feel about him? How do the boosters at Colorado feel about him? And how do the people signing his paycheck feel about him? And right now, those three groups are all very much on board. All very much on board. Now, do I think that I would love to see Deion treat everybody outside of that locker room with respect? Sure. But I also think some people think that there is not a line between a little game hype and arrogance. And I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think trash talk is the worst thing in the world. It's trash talk. It's game talk. You'll notice that after the Colorado State game, when Deion used the words of Colorado State's head coach, Jay Norvell, remember Norvell said, my mama taught me better. She taught me to take off your hat and sunglasses when you're talking to another adult. Remember that? And Deion went in front of his team, and what did he say? He made it personal. He talked about my mama. Now, you can talk about me. You can talk about my dog. You can't talk about my mama. It's personal now. But what happened at the end of that game? What happened after Colorado won that game? Deion did what? He trotted across that 50. He went straight to Jay Norvell. He looked him in the eyes. He shook his hand, and he told him, great game. Well played. Good job. Right? Because it's game smack talk. I don't have an issue with it. Do I think Deion has done some things that I would consider questionable? Sure. You know who else has? Everybody, except Lonzo. He's the only one of us above reproach. All right?
Would you stop doing that?
He's the only one that's never made a bad decision. All the rest of us have done or said or acted in a way that is questionable by other people. And this may shock you, including me, without a doubt, right? People make mistakes. I try not to hold them against them, hold those mistakes against them. I am not Colonel Grudge, right? There's only one of those. So when Deion goes out there and he blabs on a little bit, maybe he crosses a line. If it's game talk, it's game talk, and I don't particularly care. Like, I know there was a big thing. And again, this is not my atmosphere to have an opinion on, frankly, in my opinion. But remember when Deion was at Jackson State and he said, I'm here to put HBCUs on the map. I'm here to get HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities on the map athletically.
It's that wall, man. It hits at different times.
And I got off the monster. I've not had an energy drink. I'm off the monster. It's tough. I'm forcing my way through it.
You don't have the shakes yet, do you?
Not yet. I'm working on it.
Okay.
I'm fidgety. He said, I'm putting us on the map.
Yeah, like anyone would notice.
Yeah, right. And then he left an HBCU to go to a Power 5 school, right? But at the same time, I think, yeah, I mean, he kind of did, though. He kind of did put Jackson State on the map. He kind of did. He left him, but he did what he said he was going to do. But it's not my world to have an opinion in. So I don't know, man. I just I don't see arrogance out of Deion. I see confidence, and I see him having a locker room full of players that he can only worry about how they feel about him. And based on every interview I've seen with Travis and Shador and Shiloh and all the other players on the Buffalo football program, they're all 100% on board with Prime. And at the end of the day, as much as it might sting, because it very much stings as a human being to be told your opinion is irrelevant. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to tell you that in the grand scheme of things regarding the Colorado Buffalo football program, your opinion is irrelevant. And don't take that personally, because so is mine, and so is Lonzo's, and so is everybody else's. But our opinions are irrelevant when it comes to Deion. Our opinions are irrelevant when it comes to Colorado. The opinions that matter are Deion Sanders players, Deion Sanders boosters, and the folks who signed Deion Sanders paychecks. And if all of those groups are on board, and they very much seem to be, then they can have Lil Wayne, and they can have Dwayne The Rock, and they can have Pat McAfee, and they can have Offset, and they can have whoever they want in that stadium, and we can all sit here and go, that's distractions, man. It's all distractions. All of this can occupy real estate in the brains of the Buffalo players. It can take their focus away from the lines between the goal lines and put their focus on the sidelines and in the PA speakers and in the stands and in the luxury box and whatever. But at the end of the day, Colorado is 1 win away from breaking their Vegas over-under total. Colorado has lost the games they were expected to lose. They have won the games that they were expected to win, or at least capable of winning. And tomorrow we get to see that. What is, as I've said in the past, what do I consider successful for a team? Did you win the games you were expected to win? And did you win half of the games you weren't? And for a high caliber team, for an Alabama, for a Georgia, for a Clemson, you might be supposed to win all 12 games. So if you win all 12 games, you're a good team. And if you win 11, but you lose one you're not supposed to, I don't consider it successful. Colorado was supposed to win 4 games. They were supposed to lose to USC. They did, and they made it very interesting.
Especially at the end.
Yep. They were supposed to lose to USC. They did. They made it interesting. They were supposed to lose to Oregon. They got their rear ends headed to the and Dion called it a butt whooping himself.
And I think the Oregon game helped them to deal with how far down they were in the next game and helped them to come back.
Whole different mentality in that game. You're exactly correct. So now they got another game on the road at Arizona State that they are supposed to win. If they come out and they win the game they're supposed to win, Dion's pointed in the right direction. Now, if they drop games to, let's say, Arizona State and Stanford, then we got a very different conversation going. Then we got a very different feel. But let's see what they do the next 2 weeks before we say, oh, the distractions are too much. They took Colorado out of the game. Because for me, they've won everything they're supposed to and none of what they're not. Now let's see if they keep winning the ones that they're supposed to. Let's take a break. When we come back, excellent text, excellent contributions to the show on the MadWorldAttractions.com text line at 71307. Keep them coming. Start your text with fan. But I had a segment I was supposed to do there. I didn't do it. We'll do it next. Clock in and lock in your best bets of the weekend, according to me, are next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
So Tyreek Hill was fined $7,000 for wearing no socks against the Broncos.
That's dumb. Sorry.
I'm glad our company doesn't have that. You're probably wearing socks. I am not.
I am wearing socks.
You're not wearing sandals also, are you?
Correct. I am wearing tennis shoes.
All right, because I got a problem.
Now, I will tell you, I rock the ankle socks. I rock the below the ankle socks. My socks are fully covered by my shoes.
Yeah, I'm fine with anklets, man. I don't have a problem with that. Do you ever wear socks and sandals?
No.
Okay.
No, I do not.
I won't even do that to walk outside. We know where I live. Ain't nobody seeing me do it, but I can't.
You shouldn't. You should be better than that.
It's been a rough start to the season for the Panthers, and things don't get any easier this week as they take on the Lions in Detroit. Led by star defensive end Aiden Hutchinson, the Lions ranked 4th in the NFL in total defense and are number 1 against the run, allowing just 60 yards per game on the ground. And the quarterback Bryce Young knows the challenge they face.
It's a really, really good unit. They play together, really well coached, very physical. You can tell they care a lot. They communicate well. They're very, very sound in what they do. So I think it's going to be a good challenge for us. They look really good on film. They have elite defense.
Every game's a challenge, Bryce. You ain't won a game yet.
right to put ourselves in a position to try to have success. And we're all excited for that challenge.
The Panther defense will have its own challenge in trying to contain Detroit quarterback Jared Goff and a balanced Lions offense. Goff has a bevy of talented receivers and a run game featuring the 1-2 punch of David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. Panther safety Sam Franklin says they're expecting a physical matchup.
Those guys are on the road. They've been winning a lot of games from like the last 15 games. It's going to be physical just like last year. It's going to be a dogfight.
I'm Sharon Thorson on the Panthers Radio Network, presented by Morris Jenkins.
This is Sunday Night Football. Let me ask you a very simple.
I'm just thinking that another week of college football is upon us, so here's a bet to consider. Michigan plays Minnesota tomorrow, and that Michigan defense is ridiculously filthy. Wolverines are number 1 in the nation, defensively giving up just 6 points per game. On the
Let's go Gophers.
Ranks 90th in the country. So the Wolverines can cover the 20. And
New York Times report. A 500-year-old skeleton was found in London wearing thigh-high leather boots. And the first reply is, her name is Madonna, guys. When Twitter's good, it's Twitter. When Twitter's good. Joe, I mean, first off, I mean, like, yeah, that'd be a great fit. But do you think DJ Moore would come back to Carolina? I think he'd be like,
Why would he want to?
No, I don't think so.
After last night,
Yeah.
why would he want to?
Yeah. I think before last night, just on a personal standing, why would he want to, right?
May not want to hear this. Chicago may end up with a better record than Carolina. And they'll still get both picks, right?
I mean, only unless so they right now they have the number 1 pick that comes from Carolina, and their pick just flipped their 2 picks. So their Carolina pick is now number 1, and their true pick is number 2 as of right now. If they keep winning, that second pick will drop down.
So they could win and still get the number 1 pick if Carolina doesn't, right?
Yes, if Carolina goes completely defeated this year, Chicago could end up with the number 1 overall pick. Correct. Ugh.
And there's a possibility they could have the number 1 and number 2 pick.
Right now, that's what they have.
Yeah, that's just.
Yeah. It depends. Now, if they turn something around and they figured it out last night and they win 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games, then they will only have the number 1 pick courtesy of Carolina unless Carolina gets it figured out.
No matter what, unless they trade it away, they have 2 first-round picks, right?
Chicago?
Yeah.
Yes.
If you are interested in sports broadcasting and how you watch, listen, and read about the games you love, listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
today, pleasant with intervals of clouds and sun, high in 82.
Weather brought to you by AutoZone. Free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Sponsored by Taco Bell. Taco Bell's rolled chicken tacos.
This is just like a Clemson argument, though. Chicago went up against Washington, which is not very good.
Correct. Like, everybody this morning, like, Chicago's back. Maybe take a breath on that. They beat Washington.
I mean, they should have beat Denver, but they let them come back and beat them because they were whooping Denver, too. So they've had a couple weeks of really good offensive football.
Yeah. Six to 10 every morning, right here on the Fan Upstate. It is the two-time South Carolina Broadcasters Association Sports Talk Radio Show of the year. It is the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate, though we may never win another trophy if you keep it up with that soundbite. All right?
There is
Might
no
not.
there is no one other than you that doesn't like the kid.
Ugh.
Because if someone's going to tell you good morning And there are people, don't tell me good morning. You don't tell me what to do, but they hear this. Other than Rob Brown, they melt and go, you know what? I think I will have a good day. Because that is just like, it's pure, it's innocent, and it just lets you know, hey, you know what? I'm alive. I'm breathing. I know it's early, but it's okay. I mean, that means I get to start my wonderful day a little bit earlier than other people. Good morning, Rob.
We done
with what?
With that?
No, we just did this. Is just our first week. I hope we're not done.
Time to clock in and lock in, ladies and gentlemen, to look at your best bets in my ever so humble opinion for both the college and football and NFL weekend upcoming.
Football.
The college and football
We're
weekend.
going to play some football.
Time to play some football. Let me start with Alabama A&M. I looked at this game earlier. Alabama is -1. They got to win by 2 points or better. They're on the road to Texas A&M. You'll have to forgive me here. I'm still not buying into the Aggies. They are 4-1 right now. They have wins over New Mexico, Louisiana Monroe, Auburn, and Arkansas. Now, those two Auburn and Arkansas wins are pretty good. I mean, they got Auburn good, 27-10. That's the same Auburn team that the very next week would take on Georgia and win drop a one-score game against the Bulldogs, the number one team in America. That win over Arkansas, 34-22, a two-score win. That is, however, against a 2-3 Arkansas team that has a loss to BYU and a loss to a maybe not as good as we thought LSU team. There are only 2 wins over West Carolina and Kent State. I'm not overwhelmingly impressed with that game or that win. I think A&M's got a lot to prove right now. Now, there's a lot of good things going on. There's a lot of bad things going on. A&M does not have Connor Wegman. Connor Wegman's got that injury to his lower leg. He's not going to play, as far as I understand, for a while. So you don't have the quarterback that was leading your team in just about everything. Your leading receiver right now through 5 games has under 280 total yards and 2 touchdowns. Your leading receiver looks a little better, Evan Stewart, 357 yards on 24 snags, but he's got 4 touchdowns through 5 games. Again, a decent number, but nothing blowing you off the page. Alabama on the flip side, and I know they're sitting at 4-1. But their one came to number 3 Texas. Now, the very next week, they had a very slow game against the University of South Florida. USF, the Bulls are just 1-2 at the house. All right. Not overwhelmingly impressive. But then what they do? The next week, they took on the Fighting Lane Kiffins, an offense that put up 600 yards against LSU. And they beat them 24-10 in a game that looks closer than the final score indicated. Then the next week, they took on Mississippi State. That Bulldogs team that, while they are in a transition period, should not have gotten smoked 40-17. Y'all, this Alabama Crimson Tide team, once they finally settled on Jalen Milroe, once they finally settled on their starting rotation, haven't looked back. And as I said to Lonzo earlier in the show, Nick Saban's got a little look in his eye again. He looks like 2017 Nick Saban all over again. I think that game against USF may have lit a little fire under Nick Saban that maybe wasn't there. And again, perhaps I'm underestimating. Perhaps Nick Saban just has not put together Alabama rosters that are as good as we got used to them being. And I think that that's accurate. I think Nick Saban has got this Tide team in a better place they've been in a very long time. Alabama is -1 over Texas A&M. Y'all, of all the Rob Brown clock in and lock in bets, that is number 1. I like it. I got it. As long as I went on the hunt there for a minute. Couple of other games I'll look at. Speak of that Mississippi State Bulldog team. They're taking on Western Michigan. It's not a game that catches the eye. There's no way it's anywhere near the quad box this weekend, but 20.5-point favorites are the Bulldogs, and a team that can put up numbers. The West Michigan Broncos are not good at all. There's nothing about this team that jumps off. They're 2-3 in the MAC. They got drummed by Syracuse. They got drummed by Iowa. They got drummed by Toledo. This is a clock in and lock in game for me as far as I'm concerned. The Bulldogs right now are a team sitting at 2-3, but you got to think of the three that they have dropped. One of them being a loss against LSU. An LSU team that is not what we all thought they were going to be, but offensively can explode. One of them against South Carolina, a game that, don't lie to me, Gamecock fans, you were sweating a little bit there at the end. And then they got beat by a drum last week against Alabama. It's still a team that can put up points and has something to prove now. I like Mississippi State minus 20.5. I'm going to give you another one. This one I think I've taught myself into being very comfortable. Georgia Tech plus 20 at Miami. Lock in, clock in, let's go. Georgia Tech is a team that is also in transition. They are 2-3, and their last loss, an ugly one against Bowling Green. They've also got a loss against Ole Miss, a one-loss team against Alabama only. They've got a loss against Louisville. Y'all, Louisville is 5-0. Louisville Notre Dame is another game I'm very intrigued by as a potential underdog can cover kind of game. But they did beat Wake Forest. They did drum SC State. Miami is a team that I think is good. I'm not really ready to go, okay, this team's ready to be back in the ACC picture yet. I think this is a game that Miami's probably going to win by 2 scores. But I think late in the game, Miami kind of slows up, settles down, is content with a 2-score win over an ACC team. They got to get to 21 to cover. I don't think they're going to. I like Georgia Tech plus 20. Clock in and lock in.
So what would they have to do to make you said you think is good? What would they have to do to make you go, okay, they're good?
Win this game decisively. They win this game decisively. I think that I'm looking at a team that I kind of go, okay, this Miami team is different. Because remember last year, they had an okay start to the season. Then the wheels came off. And once the wheels came off, that team just quit. That is evidence of a rotting foundation. And I get concerned about that. They got Georgia Tech, North Carolina, and Clemson. Lonzo, if they can take 2 out of those 3, I'll think Miami's a real good team. They take all 3, Miami's back.
Okay.
I think I'm comfortable saying that. That's a couple of games I really like. I'll give you some more later on in the show because everything after that I start to get worried about. I do like Florida minus 18.5 over Vanderbilt, by the way. I think Florida's got to come out with a reckless abandon. Let's go look over at the NFL. I won't spend too long on these. Lonzo, does it get easier than Texans plus 1.5 against Atlanta?
Atlanta wasn't looking too bad at the beginning of the season. I mean, like the first game.
Right, but
or
what
so.
they look like last weekend.
Yeah, but if before this season started, you would have chalked this up as a W for Atlanta.
100%. But we're not at the beginning of the season. And the Texans are 1.5-point underdogs. That means
are they really?
Yes.
So they're still not believing in CJ Stroud.
Correct.
Okay. All right. How many?
Is there an easier bet than Texans plus 1.5?
Oh no, you got a point there.
That feels like free money to me. If my cart wall hadn't dumped all my sounds, I'd play the free money alert right now because that feels like free money to me. I'm gonna give you another one, Lonzo. Your Chiefs minus 3.5 over the Minnesota Vikings. There's no way they come out and lay another stinker, right?
I don't know.
No way.
I don't know. How often do Chiefs cover? I mean,
yeah, but this is 3.5 against a team that has 1 win, and the only win they have is against Carolina.
That's true.
If TK,
I get I'm wearing a Patrick Mahomes jersey right now. I get that. So I should go straight up homer. But I also, as a Chiefs fan, know that they just don't win by a lot. They just don't do that.
They don't. I don't need them to win. I need
But
them
I
to win
guess
by
that's
4.
I guess that's not that much.
I need them to win by 4.
Okay.
Minnesota.
Okay. All right.
Minnesota.
By the way, I do believe they're going to win the game. I'm not sure I would bet that.
3.5. You don't think they can win by 4?
Dude, I don't know.
Man.
They win like 1 or 2. That's how they win now.
You ready for my clock in, lock in game of the week in the National Football League? Jets plus 2.5 against the Broncos.
Boom.
Jets plus 2.5 against the Broncos. Not only do I think this is the clock in, lock in game of the week in the National Football League, I'm going to tell you right now, the Jets are going to win this game straight up, bro. They're going to win this game straight up because Denver's defense is bad. Their offense kind of clicked last week against the Bears, and not the Bears from last night, the Bears from before last night. The Jets against the Chiefs kind of started to find a little something down there, huh?
I don't know if I would. Really? I don't know if I would do that. I just it's too late. You already did it.
I don't care. Judge me.
So someone might meme that or something.
Bring it.
That's just
Thanks, Gerd. Jets plus 2.5, clock in, lock in game of the week. That one feels like an easy one to me too. And I'm going to go one more. Joey B says he feels the best that he has felt all season long, getting that foot right underneath him. Bengals -3 over the Cardinals. Clock in, lock in game of the week. Bengals, Cardinals, I love. Give me the Chiefs -3.5. Give me the Bengals -3. Give me the Jets plus 2.5. And easy pick of the weekend. Free money alert. Give me the Texans plus 1.5 over Atlanta. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap up this hour with Jarrell Hendricks of the Moving the Chains podcast next on the Fan Upstate. All right, guys. P. Digits, enjoy your training class, buddy. It is our pleasure to provide you with entertainment, information, knowledge, and enlightenment every single morning. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll see you back here Monday.
Yeah, what he said.
For everybody else, stay tuned. I'm going to get Jarrell on the line, and then we'll be right back.
I mean, there's all kinds of fun stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need you all to sit down, take a deep breath, and hang on to your socks because they're about to get blown off. We are joined.
No, man, someone owns license on that one. You can't.
Oh,
You
can't use that one?
Yeah, you can't use that.
All right, it's the great Samuel L. Jackson.
He's the arbiter of socks.
As the
You
great
could tell him I
Samuel L.
said that.
Jackson once said, hang on to your butts because we have got a living legend in our midst today from the Moving the Chains podcast, available at movingchains.com and under that same handle, Moving Chains, no G, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. Their podcast available on Spotify, Apple, Google, wherever your major podcasts are found. You can find the Moving the Chains podcast and one of the hosts. No, scratch that. Sorry, Kevin. The host of the Moving the Chains podcast, Jarrell Hendricks, makes his 2023 Rob Brown Show debut. It only took us till week 7 to get him on the air, but he's here. What's up, fella?
Rob, what's going on, man? I am unworthy of that introduction, but it is so good to finally join you guys.
Try
You also got to point
not
out,
to suck, buddy.
You also got to point out the first one of the Moving the Chains guys on the morning show.
That is correct. You are breaking in the brand new morning drive. That is correct. And I just noticed it when he went full victory, arms up in the air, rocking that solid For the Ace sweatshirt. The Bravos getting it on against the. Hey, before we get high school football, let's me and you, because I need you to calm me down. I'm in full on panic mode about the Philadelphia Phillies right now, Jarrell Hendricks.
Why is that? I mean, best team in baseball. The best team in baseball all season, consistent. The Braves, it's Choptober. It's time to go. World Series champions. Just book it. Can't be stopped. I don't know why you're worried about it.
All right. Now you can't. After that, you're good, right? You're good. Now. Come on.
The Phillies did that. We said the same thing last year, and we got it handed to us, bro.
It's not last year. This is a new year. We learned from last year. It's time to go. It's go time. This is the best team. Mashing, hitting bombs. That's what we do. Spencer Strider, going to be on the bump, dealing. Clemson alum. I mean, local guy. I mean, I don't know why you're worried about it.
I would very much like to believe you. I am hoping you're right. But our pitchers are banged up. Even Spencer Strider slacked off in September. And they, as much as we are mashers for sure, so are they, buddy. This is good. Like every game might end like 12-10.
Hey, that favors us.
Okay.
I don't know why you're worried. It's been the best team. 104 regular season wins. I mean, come on.
I am going to do my absolute best to channel my inner Jarrell Hendricks when this game goes first pitch tomorrow at 6 p.m. And we'll talk about it later in the show. But we do have to talk a little high school ball here on the Rob Brown Show and the fan upstated. Let's get to the one, Jarrell Hendricks, that might have the single sexiest play-by-play announcer in the upstate of South Carolina. That, of course, the Burns Rebels. They are on the road at Boiling Springs. Burns got the regional win last week in a close one against the Spartanburg Vikings. Boiling Springs, not the start of the season. I mean, that team I think is a little bit down from where they are last year. I've said this for a while, Jarrell, and I want your thoughts on it. This Burns team, I think, has arguably got more on paper talent than any other team in the area. I think the problem early in the season was discipline. I think that may have gone to their head just a little bit, knowing how damn talented they were. But they took that punch in the mouth from Chapman, a surprising loss to a 3A team, and they have been a different team since then. First time I've said this all year, but I'm going to say it out loud. I like the Burns Rebels in this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Rebels should win this game. Bowling Springs had a tough loss to open up their region campaign against a down Dorman team. Bowling Springs has improved a little bit. I do like their quarterback. We saw him earlier in the year against Hillcrest, Lincoln Husky. Kid can sling it. He's a gamer. They just don't have enough for Burns. Burns is talented. It's not just on paper. They've proven it. I think that loss to Chapman was good for them. Kind of got them refocused, letting them know, they're not invincible. but they've just played so good, and they're winning in multiple ways. You've seen it all year. They've won it offensively. They got Trey Segura, quarterback Andrew Stevens kind of settled in a little bit, but that defense, I mean, that's what wins championships. That defense is so good. Weaver, Bomar, I mean, James Oates sealing the game last week with that pick 6. I mean, the Rebels are for real. They're a legit team. I don't know. I don't think they'll be tested in this one at all. It should be a blowout.
I am intrigued by what this defense looks like. RJ Livingston has kind of been the QB for this team, and he got his arm broken last week on just an unfortunate roll-up tackle. Kind of a disappointing loss, not just because RJ has been, I mean, honestly, the cleanup man. Like, he's just always there to make sure the second tackle is the final tackle. He's also kind of been the vocal leader of this defense. So if he is unavailable, it doesn't take, I mean, it takes away obviously from the physical ability of this defense, but somebody's got to step up and be in that leadership role. And I think James Oates is that guy. That dude has had a quiet, really nasty season so far. That pick 6 was very well earned and deserved from James Oates. But again, it's going to kind of be a reset button push without RJ out there.
Yeah, for sure. You don't want to lose like your leader on the defense, because that is the strength of the team. I mean, that it really is. You've seen it all year. Those guys have played lights out, even in their loss to Chapman. They give up 17 points. So it's not anything to where, these guys won't figure it out. They'll rally. James is great. I think that Rebels team, they seem together. They seem very, like them old Burns teams, man. They just seem like they're ready to go this year and play for a championship.
Let's answer one of our listeners. We got Behind the Ropes who checked in and said, will the Wade Hampton Generals bounce back this week? What are your general thoughts on the Generals?
I honestly do not have their schedule pulled. I don't even know who they play this week, but I would probably say no. They just not a very good team this year, and they've just been kind of down. I don't really know who they have.
The Generals are, by the way, they are on the road in a regional matchup against Lawrence High School this weekend.
Ooh, actually, I take that back. Against Lawrence.
There it is. Little optimism.
I'm going to walk that back. Lawrence is also not having a very good season, and that's not a very good team this year. Not to say those guys aren't working hard and doing their best, but they might have a shot. That one should be a good game between those two. Probably not going to be the best brand of football, unfortunately. But, yeah, Wade Hampton has a shot in that one.
All right, let's take a look at some of the other big games of the weekend. We mentioned the Spartanburg Vikings. They started their regional play with a loss against Burns last week. Gaffney got the bye before regional play. They were off and did not take a regional game, but they are 4-2 in the regular season. A bit of a step back for the Indians this year. This one, I think, in this region, especially if Burns can get Boiling Springs tonight, this game becomes wildly important for both of these teams. Spartanburg goes 0-2 to start, puts them in a real spot. If Gaffney goes 0-1 to start, it puts them at the bottom of the division without any wins, Jarrell. This game might be the most important game in the area tonight.
Yeah, extremely important. That Region 2 and 5A is uber competitive. All of those teams are very, very good. Gaffney's got to kick off their season right here if they want any shot at that region championship, because it comes down, that one's weird. It comes down to some weird tiebreakers and stuff like that if you end up tying and they beat Burns later in the year. And then on the Spartanburg side, this is a must-win football game for them, especially if they want any shot at hosting a playoff game, because if Gaffney, wins this game, they're probably not losing to anybody else except maybe Burns. And so it's a must win for them, or they're going to be on the road in the playoffs. These are two top 10 legitimate teams in 5A. Spartanburg just got some issues on the offensive side. You saw that last week, but their defense is just as good as that Rebels defense, over there in Duncan. And then Gaffney, man, they've got a work in progress on their defense. They've lost a lot of guys from last year, but they have scored points all season. Like you said, a couple uncharacteristic losses. I know they lost to Crest, to kick off their season. But that win against Fort D, that's also a top 10 team in 5A. They went down to Charleston to get that victory. They got quarterback Riley Staten, who's really starting to come into his own. I think he's played at about 4 schools, but he's really settled.
5 touchdowns last week.
Yeah. Yes. He went off. And Jaden McDowell, man, he is a stud. He's a sophomore running back there. He gets it done every single week. So it's going to be a big game. If you are in Spartanburg or in that area, get to that stadium and go check out those two teams.
TL Hanna is 6-1. They are 1-0 in region. So is JL Mann. Same record. Hanna last week with a 62-7 win over Malden. Not to be outdone, JL Mann put up 56 and a 56-18 win over Woodmont. Can I just say, Jarrell, I like the over in this game?
Yeah, definitely take the over. Two contrasting styles here with these teams. TL Hanna, they're running that triple option, old school, but they still put up points. And then JL Mann, they like to sling it all over the yard. This is going to be an interesting game. This is much like the other one we just talked about. This is very pivotal in that region. They're also in that region with Hillcrest, so this is a very important game. These are the top two of the three teams in that region. So we'll see what happens there. Hanna, they like to get it out. They got a plethora of backs that they like to get it to, and then JL Mann, like I said, Michael McClellan, Keyshawn and Henderson, two of the best receivers in the upstate, and Ethan Anderson loves to sling it.
Love to hear it. All right, you got a list of other games coming up today. We got about a minute and a half left. Give me one more that folks need to pay attention to anywhere in the upstate.
I like Pendleton at Seneca. This should be a very good game. Also should have a lot of points there. If you're over, I guess it's technically Oconee County. If you're over in like the western part of the upstate, go check that out. Two good 3A teams. Pendleton puts up a lot of points. We'll see what Seneca can do. They've kind of been up and down this year, but it should be a good ball game. Great region matchups. Really excited about that one.
I love it. Jarrell Hendricks is here representing and doing it well, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. The Moving the Chains podcast, movingchains.com. No G in there. And that same handle, Moving Chains, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, and find their podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, and more. Man, look at you making the 23 debut and doing it in style. Well done, young man.
I appreciate you, sir. I appreciate you too, Lonzo, having me on tonight. It's a lot of fun doing this.
It's confusing to me too, Jarrell, but it's still the morning.
It is the morning. Yes, I usually talk to you when you join our Twitter Spaces. The most handsome play-by-play man in the upstate, when he joins our Twitter Spaces, you should do the same thing, listeners, as well. So join us on Twitter or X or whatever it's called these days. We'd love to have you. Watch all of our content. We love high school football. We know you do too.
It is very cool. After the games go final around the state, on the Twitter handle, Moving Chains on Twitter, they do a Twitter Spaces. They invite players and coaches and parents and part-time play-by-play guys to jump in and break down some of the games they're at. I try to stop by weekly. Brother, it is great to have you on, Big Dog. Where y'all going to be at tonight, by the way?
We are heading down to the peach fields of Johnston, South Carolina in Edgefield County to watch Strom, Thurman, and Saluda. So we're actually leaving the upstate this week because we cover the entire state. So if you listen to our podcast, listen to our shows, we don't just cover the upstate. We got all of it covered. So if you just moved up here, moved to Spartanburg, moved to Greenville, check us out. You can check on your old high school, depending on where you came from in the state.
Are you are you bumping Kevin for his spot every week from now on, now that we're in the new time?
I can join you guys more frequently. Kevin's talking about he had to work today. John's playing golf. John picked golf over you guys today.
He would.
All right, so I don't blame John the way that Rob treats him. He treats him horribly. So you don't treat Jarrell that way. So I'm just saying.
In Rob's defense,
that's because Jarrell can beat me up.
Well,
in Rob's defense, John is an easy target.
Jarrell Hendricks from the Moving the Chains podcast. Great to have you on, Big Dog. We'll do it again.
Appreciate you, fellas. Have a good one.
You got it. That is Jarrell Hendricks from the Moving the Chains podcast. Again, you can find their podcast wherever major podcasts are found. We are back after this because Lonzo is going to tell you about some of the most important stories happening in sports in the Rob Brown Show Sports Flash right now. Then a break, and then one more hour of greatness. Lonzo, wow the people, man.
I would say I wow the people every time I open the mic. All right, time for our RBS Sports Flash. Justin Fields went off last night going 15 for 29, 282 yards, 4 touchdowns, and former Carolina Panther DJ Moore was on the receiving end with 230 yards and 3 touchdowns as the Bears took down the Guardians 40-20. Clemson could have back-to-back ACC wins tomorrow as they host Wake Forest at 3:30. Also this weekend, Carolina Panthers look to end a 4-game losing streak when they travel to Detroit Sunday at 1. And finally, Furman Paladins can gather back-to-back Southern Conference wins when they face the Citadel at 2:00 tomorrow on a game that can be heard right here on The Fan Upstate. And we got tickets to give away coming up. Stay tuned. Yeah, I gotta actually watch the bed. That's what I didn't do in the second one. If I can watch the bed, I see how much time I have. Thanks, though, Stephen. I used to do it as a long time ago, and it was on a morning show that started at 5 a.m. So, not nearly as fun as this one. Rob's fatigue level. Let me answer. Today he looks very unkempt. He looks like he hasn't slept in like 35 hours. A company issued collared shirt with your name on it. Yeah, with your name on it.
Okay, look at his hair. It can't be.
By the way,
Kempt.
Rob is doing fine.
I'm the Kemptest.
I mean,
I'm
yeah.
like Sean Kempt.
Yeah, you don't want to be him though, because you don't like kids, and you can't be Sean Kemp and not like kids. Just say it.
I mean, you can.
Well, I suppose you could.
You could.
You can like the making, but not the after.
Yes,
I suppose.
It is the practice.
Okay, all right. You got plenty of that apparently. We still could probably not in the next break. Remember, that's the last one of those. You said not to do one going into the last, going out of the show. You were there, man.
I thought he did.
No. He said not to do the last one. So we're doing
right,
3.
You're right.
But we can stand to go another minute before we go on break.
So on the clock he sent us, it says Sports Flash at 53:45.
Right. And we, I don't know, maybe 54:30. It's just something we got to work at, because I'm still having to, sorry, you're dealing with behind the scenes, but at the same time, you get to see behind the scenes. I'm still having to add, which is better than taking away, I suppose. But and it is week number 1. And, unless he has that slated, the Sports Flash to go longer than a minute, but the bet he sent me is a minute. So. I don't know why, but that's one of my favorite promos right now. I know it has nothing to do with sports.
Spectacular.
But every time I drive up the mountain to go home, the Philadelphia Eagles? Did he say Philadelphia? Should start matching my tagging with the voice of the guy who's doing the thing. Right here this Sunday. That's right. We got some NFL football for you.
Here we go, kids. 60 more.
So we're just a little early because
Who cares?
because math.
It's more Alonzo on the radio.
Yeah, that's true.
The fourth hour of the Rob Brown Show starts right now, ladies and gentlemen. Outstanding to have you with us for the final 60 minutes of our first week in the all-new time slot. We are now your morning drive. We are the Rob Brown Show. We are the Fan Upstate. It is great to have you so far along for the ride. Those of you that are new to the show in the new time slot, we hope you've enjoyed our first week of broadcasting.
You know
if
what's
you didn't, you're lost.
You know what's a challenging part of life, or my life anyway, is trying to answer a phone call when how it's like
You do a great job, buddy, and that's all we're going for.
you know, maybe turn the headphones down, maybe not rock out so hard with your emo hair.
Can't promise anything. Really can't promise anything. Before we move on, want to welcome into the show a young man that I've gotten the pleasure of knowing over the past couple of years since I moved here. He is putting on this weekend yet again an incredible event. Unfortunately, this year, due to some other personal obligations, I am unable to meet it. I really think what it comes down to is that I just didn't want to show anybody up again. The South Carolina Youth Diabetes Association annual celebrity softball game is taking place this weekend, and it is doing so on the efforts of the young man who joins the show right now. Matthew Scott joins us here on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. What up, big fellas?
Rob, what's going on, buddy? Glad to be back on. I mean, hey, you put on a good performance last year, so I get the whole didn't want to show anybody up, so it's understandable.
Listen, I just want to go with, if I recall off the top of my head, and I could be incorrect here, buddy, but if I recall correctly, 2 for 3 with an RBI double and a single in that game, and that's about as good of a performance as somebody who hasn't played softball in like 7 years could possibly put onto the scoreboard, man.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you put up for representing the show pretty well. Hey, I was impressed, but I was trying to get you back this year. But like I said, I know I get things come up, but things happen. Hopefully this year we have a good time. Over in Rock Hill, South Carolina, because it's going to be a good one. Because especially it being 10 years.
Yeah, tell everybody a little bit about this game. First off, start with the details this year, where, when, and then give us a little background on kind of how this came about, how this became such a passion project for you, and what you've been through in order to make this show, make this game become a reality. Featuring, you guys have had professional wrestlers, you guys have had mediocre sports talk radio show hosts, you have had celebrities of all statures coming through. How did this become a passion project for you, and the drive that you put into making it work?
So it became a passion. I think it developed over time. Truth be told, because I started this thing back in 2014, as a 15-year-old kid in high school, thinking I was going to be this big-time athlete, with his own foundation and all that fun stuff. And obviously one door closes, but another one opens. And another one opened over time, being able to interact with these other, whether it's athletes, media personnel, sports talk show hosts, and being able to kind of have that opportunity to display or talk about what we're trying to do with the softball event, raise money for helping kids with type 1 diabetes. That way they can come to Camp Sweet Escape or summer camp for a lower cost. That way they can learn how to take better care of their diabetes, interact with other kids who are diabetic, and then especially enjoying the summer camp at, facilities. And most importantly, Rob, they with SCIDA softball and the Camp Sweet Escape and things we do, it provides those, families and kids another, or if not another, a source of, showing, hey, everything's going to be normal. You just got to do the right steps. We're here to help. And, there's, your, son or daughter can still do anything they set their minds to, from a parent's perspective. And, obviously looking at it from the kid's perspective, you can still do anything you set your mind to, whether it's sports star, movie star, or even a radio show personnel.
Do me a favor, tell these kids to set their dreams higher. All right. Tell them to be better, Matthew Scott. Come on, man.
Hey, I'm trying, man. In wrestling terms, reach for the sky, boy.
That's right. Grab that brass ring, baby. We got Matthew Scott, who is running the South Carolina Youth Diabetes Association Celebrity Softball game. It is tomorrow up in Rock Hill, South Carolina. If you are out and about up in that direction, it is worth a stop. It is a blast. Got the chance to play in it last year. Unfortunately, we'll have to miss this year due to some family obligations, but I know it's going to be a spectacular time. And what I love the most is where the money goes to. I mean, it's not just the game itself, but you guys do some very cool auctions of different items and different sports memorabilia pieces. Last year was able to pick up a Carolina license plate that was signed by like 7 different Gamecock legends that I gifted to the fiance. She loved it. It's displayed in the Bro Cave now. Was able to pick up a couple of different New Orleans Saints shirts and hats out of the auction. I mean, you guys put a lot into this, but most importantly, tell everybody where that money goes.
Yeah, like I said, the money goes to helping the organization out in a financial way, to letting kids with type 1 diabetes in South Carolina, North Carolina, and the Georgia areas come to the Camp Sweet Escape for lower cost, if not, for free. And that way, like I mentioned, those kids can come to the camp, learn how to take better care of their diabetes, interact with other kids who are diabetic, and especially enjoying the summer camp facilities, because, the camp itself, it helps, show these kids that are coming from, wherever it may be. Obviously, like I said, in the 3 states, they can meet another diabetic for the first time, because, Rob, for me personally, over 10 years of softball and 9 years of camp, obviously I'm not going to have to say it because of COVID, but anyways, being able to hear stories talking about how they, didn't realize that they were, they felt like they were singled out, but then they come to camp or softball game and they realize that they're not singled out. They're there to, realize, saying, hey, there's more than just me out there being diabetic, and knowing, saying, hey, this is normal. Like going back off, like I said, trying to make sure we try to help them make sure they, learn how to take better care of their diabetes, things like that. And, 10 years of softball, it's definitely been a blessing in disguise, because I looked at some of the numbers the other night. And so over 10 years of softball, and I know the numbers are not in for this year, but over 10 years of softball event, Rob, the event has raised over $40,000 plus. And obviously that's still counting, because we got to get through tomorrow. And I'm personally excited to see what tomorrow's event does.
As am I. I think it's going to be incredible. It was last year. I have no reason to believe it's going to be anything different this year. If folks can't make it to the game, Matthew, but they want to contribute, they want to help out with the South Carolina Youth Diabetes Association, what's a good place that they can go find you guys, that they can find you, that they can pitch in?
Absolutely. So, you can go over to campsweetescape.com. That is campsweetescape.com. And when you go to the website there, you'll learn about the camp itself, a little bit of details about the organization, SCIDA, South Carolina Youth Diabetes Association, but most importantly, where you can go donate. When you first enter the website, there's going to be a donate to SCIDA button. You can click on that button. It'll take you to the donations area, little donation area. You can donate $1, $5, or even $20 even. Trying to make sure I'm covering all my bases here, Rob. A little pun intended for you. But, like I said, the donation link, it'll take you through there, whether, and it'll have a little designation box area, whether you want to, throw it towards the softball event, some of the other camp stuff, such as camp itself. Like I said, check it out. And especially check out the softball website at skytosoftball.com. Learn more about the event, what the event has done in 10 years. And Sky to Softball G on Twitter and Instagram, Sky to Softball Game on Facebook. And I believe that's all. I think that's about all the plugs I got for you there, Rob.
There you go. It is Matthew Scott. He is running the South Carolina Youth Diabetes Association Celebrity Softball Game tomorrow in Rock Hill. That's how you can get involved, participate. And I'll have you know, Lonzo, that Matthew and I bonded over a mutual love of our guy, Eddie Kingston.
Yeah, whatever, man. Whatever. You know what Eddie Kingston couldn't do? Come out there and play softball. Because that belly would just get in the way.
He's got to go yard every time. It's just the only option for Eddie.
Yeah, pick Braun Strowman's dad.
I just love to have him cut a promo.
That's a fact. Matt, great to have you on, Big Dog. Good luck with the event tomorrow. I know it's going to be incredible. And, Matt, I look forward to hearing how many people lament the reality that the game changer, the X Factor, Rob Brown, is not out there to help.
It's going to be tough, man. But, Rob, as always, my friend, I appreciate you for having me on. Glad to see you and Lonzo having success with the show, and looking forward to talking with you here soon, my friend.
You got it, buddy. Thank you very much. That is Matthew Scott. He is running the SCIDA, the South Carolina Youth Diabetes Association Celebrity Softball Game. That game is tomorrow in Rock Hill, South Carolina. If you would like to contribute and help out, some kids get the opportunity to go to Camp Sweet Escape, which is an incredible, incredible opportunity for kids that are unfortunately diagnosed with diabetes early in their lives. You can go to skydasoftball.com. That is SCYDA softball.com. And there is a button for you to donate up there on that website. There's a link at the top that says softball game, sponsors, volunteers, auction, whatever you want to participate in. They've got you covered. SCYDA softball.com is the website to pitch in. It's an incredible event. I got the chance to go last year. There were, as a matter of fact, John Schuyler, who is a professional wrestler on Impact right now and is climbing his way up to the ranks. He was out there last year, and I can say that guy would beat me into a bloody pulp, but I'm a better softball player. All right.
Wow.
We cut promos on each other in person. It was one of the greatest things that's ever happened. It was a blast. So, all right. Thanks to Matthew Scott for coming on. I think that's an incredible, incredible event and an incredible opportunity to pitch into. So I wanted to make sure that we gave him a couple of minutes to get you guys involved with that. Here, ladies and gentlemen, is what I would like to do. I would like to go ahead and just about a minute early, cut out to a break. And when we come back here in a minute, we have broken down football. We have broken down Carolina, Detroit. We have broken down Clemson, Wake Forest. We have broken down some of the bigger games of the weekend: Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama, A&M, Georgia, and Kentucky. I am going to take one segment because I'm a selfish jerk, and we're going to talk Braves baseball when we come back, because the Bravos and the Phillies get a 5-gamer started tomorrow evening in the National League Divisional Series, a trip to the NLCS on the line. Let's talk Atlanta when we come back. Texture says, heading to Destin for the week, brother. I'll post another one on the wall for you. Thank you, Big Dog. The Boathouse Oyster Bar is calling your name, my man.
Brother.
Keegan said, Rob, if you're faking a family obligation because you don't want to risk your knees, that's fine. Your audience isn't the type to make fun of you for that. Keegan, you are part of the audience, and you know that is not just a lie. That is a damn dirty lie.
Sarcasm.
Yeah, no, I know. But I need that to be abundantly clear that I am aware that is a lie. Let's take a break. We'll talk Braves ball when we come back. I am Rob Brown. The Great with Lonzo's on the ones and twos, and you, ladies and gentlemen, are tuned into the Rob Brown Show. You are tuned into the Fan Upstate.
Guess he didn't get the hint that I wanted to go too. But, no, I got it, dude.
I'm grabbing one thing out of the office.
Okay, well, I'll just wait till you come back. I got time. That's one of the funniest things you've ever said, Keegan. But I agree. In no way that thing's staying white all day. He also said he'd only be gone a minute, which has been longer than a minute. So I'm just gonna have to. We're gonna have to go to break because oh, there he is. It was longer than a minute, but
Barely.
he had to be extra careful because of what
Barely.
you said, Keegan.
Correct. With my old knees, I gotta walk slow.
No. That's not it. It looks spotless so far as I can tell.
The white shirt? Yes, it does. That will change, but right now it's good.
From the playing fields to the stands to your own living room, Ingles Markets has everything you need to fuel your athlete and satisfy all the hungry fans in your life. Ingles, low prices, love the savings.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from a 2,000-year-old tradition of...
All right, let's see. Sorry about that. Had to put a... I'm playing this Spartanburg International Festival tomorrow at Barnett Park. That actually sounds awesome. Actually sounds awesome. I have the baseball show, Bet for the Cycle, until 4, Trey. What time does that run through? Because if it runs into the evening, there is a good chance Rob Brown may pop out because there is not much more, this may shock you, that he likes more than he likes food. And international food, yes, please.
I can't do anything on Saturday. I have to mentally prepare for Saturday night. I spend many hours in meditation.
Big meditation.
Yeah, trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to, I've noticed something though, and not everyone's going to get it, but there's no way you cannot look in Ralph's eyes.
Yeah.
You got to look. I mean, before you notice, you're looking in the eyes, man.
Someone has posted in the restroom I don't know who that guy is.
He was a former host that was here 20-something years ago. They used to have those kind of pictures made. So every host had those pictures posted in the hall. They were sweet. They were well done. They really were.
It's a cardboard sign about yay big of this guy, and it's just a headshot, except somebody put it on the back of the urinal. So in your most vulnerable and delicate position, you are staring into the eyes of a very clearly late 80s, early 90s radio show host.
It was not 90s. It was 2000s, dude. I mean, it wasn't that long.
That's still 20 years ago.
No, actually you're right. It was 90s. Man.
Yeah.
Man, I'm old. Yes, it is him, Joe. And it's great. And I know who did it, which makes it funnier. It wasn't me, by the way. But you can't, it's placed in such a way, no matter what your height is, you can't, you got to look in his eyes. You just can't. It's not like he's an ugly man either. I mean, not that matters. That's the first show I produced in this for then Intercom was his. That is the most evil guy I've ever worked with. When he turned around and smiled, I knew something was going bad for me. And not more in like a mischievous, I'm going to have to do something embarrassing kind of thing. All right, we missed giving tickets away again. We got to do it in the next break.
Joey B said, "Is that Rolf Bristol?" My grandpa listened to him.
See, he was even in the room, and we just had this conversation. I mean, it's like a
I am setting
2 minute
up
delay.
a segment.
Yeah, you can't.
I am working over here. I'm working here.
If your breathing is even out of rhythm, I'm going to notice it. But I can have an entire conversation, and it's like, I really do have a complex. Thanks to several people, I feel so invisible. And how can a person like me be stinking invisible?
You're better than me, and I know it.
Unless I'm John Cena. How do they not see me? How do they not hear me? It's like being in the Twilight Zone. Is this what it means to be old? You just fade away. You're still talking and everything's good, but everyone just doesn't notice you anymore.
Anybody, you guys ever notice that Lonzo thinks no one ever notices him anymore? The Rob Brown Show is on your radio with Lonzo right here on the Fan Upstate. 6 till 10 every morning.
Shut up.
Hey, do us a favor. If you are enjoying the show, wonderful. That's kind of our goal. Do us a favor, though. Tell your friends about us. Tell your family about us. Tell your coworkers about us. We are trying to grow the show. We want to grow the show, the time slot, the station, all of it, and we can't do that without your help. So it is very much appreciated that you share around the good word of the Rob Brown Show with Lonzo.
All right. So I know you got something planned here, but because
I sure do.
I just want to make sure I'm not invisible. So does the picture of, we'll say Ralph, that someone put above the urinal, does that break our urinal rule?
Which one? There are multiple rules that have to be taken
the
into
rule if you're standing in one urinal, we had an entire promo about it.
Well,
does that kind of break the rule?
We only have one.
Yeah,
We only have one.
But it's kind of breaking the rule.
Listen,
isn't
I'm
it?
not going to say it breaks the rule because it's not a person. I am going to say that it is very, very odd that someone posted a 3-foot tall 1990s headshot of a former. It is when you're standing there with your junk in your hand.
It's like a foot and a half. I don't know why you had to get so graphic.
And you got the face of a former radio host just staring you in the eyeballs.
The face that used to run the place.
Yeah, it's awkward.
Well, a little bit. So I don't find it awkward at all. It's just a picture. We both have been to places, I'm sure you more so than me, have been to probably bars where a bunch of things are posted.
I went to one time that the backdrop was a woman. Well, there were like three. One was a woman holding a measuring tape, but she only had it out just a little bit. And one was another lady pulling her glasses down and pointing down and laughing in that general direction.
And
it was the funniest damn thing.
You're
I've
okay
ever
with
seen.
all that. There's also there's a restaurant that's around here that serves, I don't know, something that everything tastes like. And if you go in there, it says, thank you for bringing your wife to this restaurant.
Respect.
Yes.
Respect.
So, I mean, it's no different than any of that, or people posting what bands are going to be there this weekend right in front of the urinal. I mean, there's
a bro
no
staring
difference.
you in the face, even if it's a picture, is still off-putting.
There's no
It just
difference. So who's going to move it? Are you going to move it?
Probably.
You didn't put it there.
No, I didn't.
It's not yours.
It doesn't matter. That's my territory.
That's actually, it's a part of the building. You don't own this building.
For the 30 to 45 seconds that I am using that part of the building, yeah, that's mine.
Hey,
that's my space.
There are other places you could go.
Okay. Let's talk baseball here for just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, the second round marquee matchup is without a doubt the Philadelphia Phillies taking on the Atlanta Braves. Joey B popped into the stream, which you can watch at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate by searching to and subscribing to the Fan Upstate on YouTube or the Rob Brown Show on Twitch. He said, I don't get the doomer attitude from Braves fans. I know the Phils knocked them out last year, but they won 104 games and have a historic offense.
What he meant is the doomer attitude from Rob Brown.
Oh no, it's not just me.
Well, it's
not just me.
I think you're out there in front of everyone with Jarrell had to talk you down earlier. Now Joe's trying to talk you down. I mean,
That's fine. These are the same people that last year going into the same series when I said Phillies got the bats, because here's the thing. The Braves don't have to, Joey B, win a 163-game series. They got to win a 5-game series. And here's what it comes down to. The Phillies right now, not in June, not in July, not in August, not in September. The Phillies right now have a better pitching staff than the Braves do. That has not been true all year. The Braves sent 2 of their 5 to the All-Star game. The Braves had Uncle Charlie throwing well. Elder was an all-star. Strider was an all-star. But none of them were dominant through September. On the flip side, in game 1 of the wild card round, Zach Wheeler was unbelievable. In game 2 of the wild card round, Aaron Nola went 7 innings. What was it? 3 hits, 8 Ks, no runs. It was a ridiculous number, and they did not even have to get to Ranger Suarez, who has had a bit of a renaissance this year. They did not even have to get to Tajuan Walker, who has been exceptional in the 4 spot for the Phillies this year. The problem is not the Braves' offense. I'm sure the Braves are gonna hit the ball. The Braves are gonna put the ball in play. The Braves' offense is good enough that if Wheeler and Nola are pitching at an all-star level, the Braves are still going to put runs on the board. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the Braves' ability to stop the Phillies from doing the same. Spencer Strider has been not great down the stretch. Max Fried is on the 15-day IL. Charlie Morton coming off the 15-day IL. Bryce Elder, frankly, stunk it up towards the end of the year. And go ahead, quick, name me who the 5th man on the rotation is for Atlanta right now. Anybody? Exactly. So if the series goes to 5, you got a big problem. Now, maybe you take the risk and you throw Spencer Strider on short rest in a game 5. But if this series goes to 5, Philadelphia's got the pitching edge. And here's the reality. There have been a lot of historic lineups in baseball. A week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, I don't remember exactly when, I read you the list of the 10 best offenses in in Major League Baseball history. The 10 best. You know how many of them won a World Series? One. If you produce a historic offense, you are winning the World Series at a 10% clip. Do you know why? Because offense is mucho importante, no doubt. You can't score runs if you don't have an offense. But it is not offense that wins in the playoffs. It is pitching that wins in the playoffs. It's pitching that wins in the playoffs. And right now, with Fried and Morton coming off the IL, with Strider and Elder, for whatever reason, hitting dramatic slowdowns in September, and with the fact that you guys don't even know who the 5th pitcher in the rotation is right now, Wheeler, Nola, Suarez, Walker, and Sanchez are the better pitching in this series. I'm not saying Atlanta can't win the series. Again, look at the lineup they're throwing out there. Sean Murphy and Travis d'Arnaud alternating at the catcher spot have been good. Matt Olson, your league leader in home runs and RBIs. Ozzie Albies, Austin Riley, a couple of big-time interior bats. Arcia, Rosario, Michael Harris II, Ronald Acuna Jr., who, if he gets on the base path, is effectively at least one free base. If Ronald hits a single, Ronald's in a scoring position because he's taken second. And Marcell Ozuna, don't like him as a guy, got to respect him as a DH, right? And then you look at the depth. Kevin Pillar came in, had some huge moments for the Braves. Nick Lopez has been exceptional in some big moments for the Braves. Travis d'Arnaud's a backup. As good as he's been, he's the reserve catcher right now. They are absolutely the best offense in Major League Baseball. Anybody who debates that is either a liar or a hater. It just is what it is, right? It is not the Braves offense I am concerned about right now. Joey B said Kyle Wright. No, it is not Kyle Wright. It is Alan Winans. He is the number 5 guy right now. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Now, that's not to say that anybody that's anybody out there is going to know the 5th man on any given rotation. But in this series, with the best offense from the second half on, because remember, the Rangers for a while had the best offense in baseball. Hey, quick question. What happened to the Texas Rangers? The Rangers had the best record in baseball. They had to fight to earn a wild card spot. Now, it was out of the AL West, which is very good. And the Rangers did go down to Tampa and beat the Rays. But here's the thing. The Rays lost 2 of their starting 5 pitchers in the last month of the season. The Rays pitching is not good. The Rays pitching was a big, big problem for them down the stretch. That's why the Rays were a wild card team. The Rays had the hottest start to a Major League Baseball season maybe ever. What were they like 30-2 through the first quarter of the season? But they had a bunch of guys get banged up. Shane McClanahan dropped out, amongst others. The Rays pitching went downhill. They had Tyler Glasnow. He tossed an L out front, game 1. After that, they were screwed. Savale was never going to win you a game 2, right? They had to rely on their offense to not get swept. And what happened? The offense had one bad game, but one bad game will get you bumped from the playoffs. Joey B said because of off days, they can go Strider, Fried, Elder for all 5 games with nobody pitching on short rest. I don't know. I don't know. I am honestly concerned, not because that's not accurate, Joey B. I am concerned because you are talking about 3 guys who have all dealt with injury this year. Now, I know, hey, it's baseball. You play a lot of games. Everybody's going to be banged up at some point, except Matt Olson, apparently. Everybody's going to be banged up. But you've got game number 1 between Philly and Atlanta tomorrow. That's at 6 o'clock. You're likely going to get, I assume, Spencer Strider in that matchup. Then you got a day off. Game number 2 comes up on Monday. You're probably going to go, again, if he's available, Max Fried. Then your next game after that doesn't show up till what? Wednesday of next week, I think. No, sorry, Tuesday of next week. So you're looking at back-to-back game nights. No, it is Wednesday. I'm right. I'm an idiot. You're looking at back-to-back game nights. Or you're not looking at back-to-back game nights. You're going to get some off days. You're going to, I guess you can rethrow Spencer Strider in game 4 on 5 days rest. And that's a regular rest in the regular season. I can't trust it, man. I can't trust it. Oh, Joey B's telling me Winans got left off the postseason roster. All right, well, that's not what the last one I looked at was, but I'm wrong. What do you want? And that's good. That's good. I'm happy with that. I looked at the depth chart 2 days ago. I didn't know that they had dropped the roster between.
No, I was just laughing at. I'm wrong. What do you want? Hey,
yeah, what do you want?
Hey,
somebody to be right. Ugh,
what you want, man? You know.
Spencer Strider, Max Fried, Bryce Elder are thrown in on the rotation on the front end. Again, a couple of guys that are banged up. Morton on the 15-day, Fried coming off the 15-day deal. And again, I will 100% acknowledge that right now, part of this is just Atlanta existentialism, right? This is why I am always apprehensive about breaking down my teams on the air, because I'll tell you, I can take off the fan cap and put on the analyst hat. But the Braves won a World Series a couple of years back. One of the greatest nights of my life, man. COVID. I was like, we were still just coming out of it. I was in the house by myself. And I blasted a lot of, I broke open the good bourbon bottle. It was a great night. But the Braves more often than not find ways to crap the bed in the scenario. And if I am leaning towards one team, because I'll tell you right now, I got more confidence in Atlanta to knock off the Dodgers than I do for Atlanta to knock off Philly. Because how many times have we said it is not the best team that wins in the playoffs, it is the hottest team. Now, the Braves never really backed off. They did kind of slow up at the end because they locked in the best that they could do with a week and a half left out in the season. So they didn't really have anything that they had to hammer down on in order to grab that number 1 seed, grab home field advantage, all that. Philly, on the other hand, had to play for their lives, predominantly to get the high wild card spot. Philly's carrying all the momentum. They're carrying the momentum off the bump. Wheeler and Nola had a great 1-2 punch in the wild card round. They're carrying momentum at the dish. The middle of that lineup is as deadly as anybody in the postseason, and they're the most confident team right now. Why wouldn't they be? Why wouldn't they be? They got absolutely no pressure to win. Talking about pressure. This morning I was looking up and down the ESPN Divisional Series preview, right? Let me tell you what I'm looking at. For every team they listed, they put down a couple of points, right? For the Orioles, one thing that will decide their October fate. Ready for his October close-up. They took a look at one player on the roster. Why you should root for them. They gave you like a sentimental thing. And the last bullet point for every team in the divisional series is, and I quote, what they do that could take down the Braves. Every team. Baltimore, what they could do to take down the Braves. Houston, what they can do to take down the Braves. Minnesota, what they could do that could take down the Braves. Texas, what they could do to take down the Braves. I do not like being in that position. I don't like being in the position where every article is, here's how this team could beat the Braves. It makes me uncomfortable. And it makes me uncomfortable, especially when in round number 2, you got a team coming up that did it last year, knows they can do it again, is carrying all the momentum, and as of right now, has a staff that's operating at a higher level. I am very concerned about this series for the Braves. First pitch tomorrow night at 6 p.m. We got to take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap this.
All right. Stop. We need to give away Furman tickets.
Oh, we sure do.
We do.
We got a pair of tickets.
We do for tomorrow's game.
Tomorrow's game at home at 2:00 against the Citadel at Paladin Stadium.
And you'll be entered into a chance at the grand prize,
which is
it's some pretty special treat.
It is. It's 4 tickets in a box and parking passes at the stadium. VIP is again. Rob Brown doesn't get that. Okay, I do get that treatment, but you'll get the Rob Brown treatment. All right.
But first of all, you're going to win 2 tickets.
Correct. You are definitely going to win 2 tickets, and then you are going to be entered into the grand prize drawing to win 4 tickets plus a parking pass at the game itself. So if you would like to win 2 tickets,
it also
guaranteed,
says you'll be recognized on the scoreboard if you win the grand prize.
Tell you, whole Rob Brown treatment. All right, the whole Rob Brown treatment. If you would like to go to that Furman game, guaranteed, and have a chance to win not 2, but 4, have a chance to win 4 tickets plus the parking pass plus acknowledgement.
No, that was me too. I just saw Ric Flair on my X feed.
He was hanging out with Hootie.
No, that's not what I saw. I saw something else. I saw him with Randy Orton. But anyway, if you're caller number 4, that's why I'm throwing up the 4.
Caller number 4 to 844-326-3663. Caller number 4 right now is winning 2 tickets to tomorrow's Furman v. the Citadel game at 2:00. And you are entered into the grand prize drawing to win 4 box seats and a parking pass to Paladin Stadium tomorrow. Caller number 4 to 844-326-3663. We're back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we got to run to a quick break while Lonzo takes some confidential information down. We will be back right after.
We are in home stretch for our first full week as the first morning show ever on this station. Local morning show. The morning show that, someday when we relinquish because of retirement, the following show will have to live up to.
There's a whole lot of savings going on now at Staples. During Staples Sit-a-thon, you can save up to $150 on select office and desk chairs. And when you buy a chair, you save 25%.
Hey, Rob, we're like 15 minutes away from the weekend.
We are.
I mean, I got a few other
Not
things
me.
to do.
I've still
But
got 4 hours of football to call tonight, but
you do. It's going to be amazing.
That's as much fun as it is anything else.
But you got to take a break in between. I mean,
True, and I will be taking a siesta.
a
You
break.
can go ahead and book on that now. I'm going home to see the lady friend off, and then it is.
It's going to be a cool evening, though. So
It'll be very
that's
nice. I might even keep the coaches joggers on tonight. We'll see. If I got the rocks to go out in confidence, where in public.
Here's the thing: you throw those on, and you're gonna be wearing your Burns gear. You could just walk. You could walk out there anyway, but you could just walk out there and just start coaching DBs or something.
Dude, I'm gonna bring my whistle to the game. Coach DBs. Yeah, I'm a prototypical DB.
You be out there backpedaling, showing them how to do that.
I tell you, listen, sink the hips, man. You got to sink.
There
the
you
hips.
go. There you go.
When you hit that back,
Please don't hurt yourself right now.
Sink that hip. Sink the hips.
I notice your legs aren't moving.
I know. It's like you sink the hips. You cut in. Sink the hips. Cut out. Sink the hips. You can still the back pedal or sink the hips and come out. It's the number one thing.
Look at you. It was like watching Prime Coach right there.
It's the number
DBs.
one thing high school DBs get wrong, and I'm stunned how many defensive back coaches don't teach kids to sink the hips. Drop the hips. Move that center of gravity down, because the closer to the ground the center of gravity is, the easier it is to push into your new direction.
Later on, I'll be showing you how to hold as a lineman and not get caught.
Inside the jersey. Grab the numbers.
I don't want to be critical of the imaging, because the imaging is awesome, but neither one of us drink coffee.
I don't drink coffee at all.
Yeah, neither one of us drink coffee,
I've
but the
had-
listeners do. So I
I've
mean,
had so many people. Like, there are people out there, and maybe I'm almost. I mean, I don't think I am, but there are people who take a thing and they make it their whole personality, right? Like, I'm a coffee person. It's like, no, you're a person.
and they
who
also
drinks
get
coffee.
offended if you don't do it.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's their whole personality, and they're almost put off if you don't share that aspect. And I know people from things that I love. Like, there are people out there, show's been off the air a dozen years, but there are people out there who, like, The Office is their whole personality. They are constantly quoting The Office. Again, I like The Office. I will drop a quote on you every now and then.
Yeah, there was confusion earlier when Matthew Scott was on, because you were calling him Michael Scott earlier, and that's what that whole deal was. When I looked at you, it's like, okay, what?
There are. I'm a big fan of The Office. I thought it was a great show in its prime, but it's not my whole personality. There are people, and these people are, to me, all due respect, if you're one of them, weirdos that like wrestling it's just their personality. It's all they've got. There are people who sports is this is why Alonso says I'm a sports guy, not a sports guy, because there are some people whose only personality trait is I like the sports, right? Diversify your life a little bit, and there may not be a group that is more egregiously guilty of this than coffee people, right? They're the people who wake up, and what's the first thing they
They're
talk
very,
about?
very judgmental
Coffee.
too if you don't do it.
Yeah, they get. Let me put it this way: the other group about that is guilty of this are horoscope people. All right, now
I don't think I know any of those, so I can't wait to
good
hear
for
this.
you. Respectfully, if you're one of them, evaluate. All right, because horoscope.
My
people,
daughter tried to throw that stuff at me. It's like, get that
No,
stuff out of here.
First off, it's all BS. All right, it's all bunk. It's all garbage. Like, you'll get a horoscope that's like, something big will happen in your life today. And then when you're looking for anything that you can be like, oh, it's right. It's bunk. But the problem with these people, I've talked about one of my own family members she's into the crystals and the rocks and the vibrations and all that. And if that's your thing, that's fine. But it's like, That's the whole personality. You can't talk about anything with her without it being going back to the damn crystals and the vibrations and the stars, right? When it's your whole personality, the two most egregious groups, I think, are coffee people and horoscope people, because everything, oh, you're just a Sagittarius. Now that's fine. I don't believe you. I don't know. I don't believe in that. I think it's a crazy thing, but that, whatever, live your life the way you want.
There was a time when you were a young child, your parents would tell you what you are, and you would get, I mean, that's how I know what do. They do that anymore? When a kid is born in September, they go, oh, by the way, little Johnny, did you know that you're a Virgo?
I don't know, and I don't care.
I mean,
again,
it was commonplace back in the 70s.
Yes, and then you're a child,
Yeah.
and then you should one day, you're not a child
Right.
anymore, Now, here's the problem with these people. It's not that they have that as a belief. I am good with that.
James says Mrs. Cleo told me you'd say
Is
that.
Miss Cleo still a thing?
Nah,
she's got to be dead by now,
No, she
right?
died a couple years ago.
So it's not.
Doesn't mean she's not still around.
It's not that you believe in these things, right? It's not even that you work them into conversation. I can even deal with that. I might disagree with you. You might get off put because you go, oh, you're Rob, you're a Pisces. Okay. And I've told my fiance, she's like mildly into the horoscope stuff. It's not like she lives her life based on it, but she reads them every day. And she goes, oh, you feel this way because you're a Pisces. And I'm like, no, I feel this way because I feel this way. It's not because the stars are a certain way, right? The problem is when these people get into a zone where it's all they got and they are constantly doing it, and then they look down on you if you don't, right? I used to work with a guy many moons ago. In fact, when I was doing this time slot on one of my old stations, right? I had a guy that would come in and he would go, we can't start the show until I've had my coffee. And I'm like, nah, dude, stop it.
By the way, they sound that way too until I've had my coffee.
Now, here's
Okay,
what it
dude.
comes down to. People, especially the coffee people and the horoscope people, they use it as justification for being a bleep hole. That's when you lose me, right? It's one thing to go, oh, Rob, you're a Pisces, so. I'm like, all right, I don't believe you, but like, whatever, it's fine. You believe that. It's another thing when they act like a jerk, when they are a complete boathead, and then they go, I'm just a Libra. Like, no, you're an a-hole. There's a big difference, right? You suck at the third. Oh, you'll have to forgive me. I haven't had my coffee. No, I will not forgive you. You're a jerk. You're a jerk. I don't care if you're tired. I'm tired too. You know who else is tired? Every adult is tired. We're all tired. We're all going through this thing tired. I'm not going to be a butthole to you and then be like, oh, well, I wore blue today. That's not a contributing factor to you being a boathead, my dude. You're just being a boat. It's Leo season. No, for you, it's just jerk face season. You're just a jerk. Except for your whole life, you have justified being a jerk, and you have had other people justify for you being a jerk by some made-up star chart hanging on your wall. Everyone you work with is tired at 8 a.m., all of us. We got kids, we got pets, we got 3:45 alarm clocks going off, all right? Every one of us is tired at the beginning of work. Nobody... Scratch that. There are some of you lucky people who being a morning person is a thing. But the majority of us are tired and stressed because not only are we here at 8 a.m., Lonzo and I here at 5 a.m. or earlier.
Your mom thinks you need some coffee.
She knows better. All right? She knows better. Everyone's tired. You're the only one acting like a jerk, but then you justified it by, I haven't had my coffee yet. No, maybe, just maybe, stop being a jerk.
Yeah. Stop.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
All right, time to ask Rob what the X is going on. So I had this one as last on my Xing, yo.
I swear if you say it's National Coffee Day, I'm going to flip a table.
But the first thing that's Xing, yo, is screw the world.
Listen, I'm going to tell you straight up. I love being alive. If you've been around me for more than a few minutes, you know I'm a very happy person. I've never been in a fight. I avoid confrontation like the plague. I'm a very positive, happy person, which is why my number one pet peeve is jerks. I don't like jerks. I don't call them out nearly as much as I should, although I have started to more and more. I don't like jerks. More importantly, even bigger than that, because if you're a jerk and you can at least admit it, because I've known people who are jerks and they're like, dude, I'm a jerk. You know, like, all right, at least you're like admitting it's the first step in healing.
Is that
The
like
worst
saying,
people-
yeah, but I'm your scumbag?
Right.
Is that the same sort of thing? Okay.
Like if you own it a bit. This is why I loved Ric Flair growing up, because Ric Flair was a absolute jack-A when he was a guy. But what did he do? He looked in the camera every day and he said, I know what I am. I know what I am. I'm rich. I'm successful. I'm pretty. I'm hardworking. I'm better than you, and you know it. It's why I like MJF too, because at least you admit it. This is why I dislike chicken boat heels, because there's a difference between I'm a jerk and I know I'm a jerk and I'm sorry I'm a jerk, but it's just who I am, versus I'm a jerk because Polaris shifted 2 degrees in the night sky and Mercury's in retrograde. Yeah. Something about Uranus.
I don't know if you knew, but this is the dawning of the age of the Aquarius. The next thing that's
And somebody
Xing,
will use that as a reason to be a butthole today. Watch.
probably. The next thing that's Xing is soda.
So I got to tell you, I'm trying to get off soda. I'm really trying.
By the way, the reason why I picked this is because it's not soda, it's pop. And if you say soda, you're wrong.
No,
and that includes everyone in this
Ohio.
audience. If you say soda,
Ohio.
you are so wrong
No.
that you could never be right again
You're
in
so
your entire
wrong.
life.
The state is changing its name to Nohio.
You're wrong, infinity.
Listen, at the very least, it's soda. If you want to get real weird about it, it's Coke. All of it's Coke.
No,
and then
it's
what
actually
flavor do you want?
soda pop. But
It
you
is
know,
not soda pop.
It's kind of like when they say Thanksgiving instead of Thanksgiving. It's just, I mean, there's just, it's where you want to put the emphasis on the word. You want to shorten things, but with all these, let's shorten it to make it simpler. Pop is a lot easier to say than soda is. And soda belongs in your refrigerator to keep your food fresh, especially your veggies. The next thing that is Xing, is Purdy.
As in Brock Purdy?
Yes.
I saw him on the TV earlier, though I'm not exactly sure why Brock Purdy's up there. Respectfully, Brock Purdy is the second most important person on that football team right now, a very good undefeated San Francisco 49ers team. The reason is because there's a cat up there by the name of Christian McCaffrey, who scored not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times last weekend. And go ahead, by the way, I would tell you, ladies and gentlemen, take out a Christian McCaffrey anytime touchdown prop this weekend, except he's so damn good at football. His anytime touchdown prop number is like plus 135.
All right.
That's stupid.
So speaking of dudes and coffee and things, the only thing I can figure out why Purdy is trending is some guy said if Purdy wins the Super Bowl, he'll never broadcast again.
Bye.
Exactly.
Who is it?
I have no idea who it was.
Bye.
Yeah, I mean,
That's a bold proclamation to make, and I'm also going to go ahead and tell you straight up, and I know for a fact, he's not going to.
I know who they are. I know who they're not. They're not the two-time SCBA best sports show in the state of South Carolina and the brand new and first ever local morning show on this station, The Rob Brown Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, 1 week in the books in the new time slot. I hope that you have enjoyed the broadcast week, because we have certainly enjoyed bringing it to you, even having to get up at 3:30 in the morning to do it. You're welcome. That's it for us. Have a lovely weekend. Bill Ryder Than You coming up next. Jim Rome in the Jungle 12 to 3, and then Mark Ryan and Diesel take you home with Offsides. Then Burns Rebels football tonight on the road at Bowling Springs. I'll be on the call. See you then at 7. Y'all have a great rest of your day. Don't drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face. See you back here Monday on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate later. Yeah!
Hey man, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Just making trouble.
Actually, I think we should be.
What a week, ladies and gentlemen. What a week. And I think a good one, if I may be so bold.
We're still short, so we're good.
Perfect. Nailed it. I had more time.
You did. You actually did. This is the one place where I'm okay with adding stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, those of you that join us on the stream, I sincerely mean it when I tell you that we appreciate it greatly.
We'll be back Monday. We'll be back Monday.
We will be back Monday. So, hey, do us a favor. Between now and Monday, tell your friends about us. Tell them to come chime in. Come join in. Share it around on the social. We appreciate it. All right.
Hey, and I don't know if you knew this, but Rob and I both have shows on Saturday, so you
Sure
should
do.
probably check those out.
Sure do. Bet for the Cycle from noon to 4 on the Bet, QL Network, and Fine Odyssey stations everywhere. And, of course, Upstate Pulse airing from 7 to 9 on our sister station, WORD. Listen to them both because they are both, and I mean this, excellent radio. I mean, world class. Have a great weekend. Burns Rebels football tonight. Pregame at 7, kickoff at 7:30. Bet for the Cycle tomorrow, noon to 4. And then the Rob Brown Show, 6 a.m. on Monday. I think we'll be here. Have a good one. Goodbye.